fair warning, and then it'll say sell. So that'll come. So once it starts bidding, that will then sell it. Sell.
That's the same as not then.
Yeah, okay. Sell next. And yeah, you've got to click next or small.
For the next lot.
I think it's always ever been like that. I think so.
That goes to the next lot.
Yeah, so it goes to the next lot.
Right. It's on the side.
If for whatever reason he needs to go back to another lot, just click there and click off. Yeah, so then it reopens it. Yeah.
Right, you ready to go?
Yes. But that's pretty much it. You don't need to go around these. Just click down on it only. And then that's it basically. Yes, yeah. This doesn't change, so you'll be able to see whether in that anyway. Yeah, it's just anything. Just right. Good. Well, I think because I think you broadcasting now. Okay. Broadcast on that.
Ready to go? Ready to go? Alright then, welcome to RWB Auctions 5th of November auction. We've got a total of 400 lots and we are still open for consignments for our timed auction on the 21st of this month. Our next auction is the 26th of November. It's the British Modern Art Estate of George Fuller to be sold without reserve. And we're also still open for consignments for our 2-day auction on the 10th and 11th of December. Alright, so without further ado, start me off. Lot number 1, £30, £30. Do I see £30 anywhere? Looking for 30, £30 anywhere. £10 then, at 10, at 10, at 10. Do we see £10 anywhere? Looking for 10. £10 is a gift at 10, any bidding at 10. Fair warning then, if you can't get a bid, £10 online, look for 12. 12's the next bid, but you have 10, at 10, at £10, at £10. Selling it away to the main bidder at £10, £12 the Sarah. Thank you, Sarah. Sarah bidding at £12. Looking for 15, any bidding at 15, at £12 there. Selling it away at £12.
SR 142 9452.
SR 1452 9452. Thank you.
42.
Lot number 2, start me off, £50 bidding straight in online at 55. 60 is the next bid. Do we see 60? Do we see 60 at £55? At 55, at 55. At £55, are we all done? Is that 60? 60 on the Sarum, at £60. Sarum bidding at 60, looking for 65. Do we see £65 anywhere? At 60, at 60, at £60, are we all done? 65 now on the Easy Live, at £65, at 65. 70 now, 70 with Sarum, at Sarum bidding, at £70, at 70, at 70, are we all done? At £70, selling it away at 70. That is sold. £70 to buyer.
1644891.
Thank you. Lot number 3. Bidding straight in at 160, looking for 170. Do we see 170? We have 160, looking for 170. Are we all done at 160? At 160. Does the main bid have it at £160? I think they do at 160, selling it away. That is sold. 160 to buyer 681. Lot number 4, bidding straight in at £100, looking for 110. Do we see 110? Any advance at 100? At 100? At 100? Any advance? At £100. We all done. Main bid has it at £100.
Thank you.
Sold £100 to buyer 681. Lot number 5, start me off, bidding straight in at £32, looking for 35, any advance at 32, at £32, at 32, at 32, do we see £35 anywhere? At £32, at 32, are we all done? At £32, fair warning. Sold £32 to buyer 646. Lot number 6, bidding straight in at £85, looking for the 90, any advance? At 85, at 85, next bid's 90, do we see 90? Do we see 90 with you, sir? In the room bidding at 90, at £90, 95 against you, sir. Would you like 100? 100 with you, sir. Your bid at 110 now, at 110, would you like 120, sir? 120 with you. In the room at 120, room bidding at £120, at 120, your bid, sir, taken in the room at £120, fair warning. Sold to you, sir, for 120 by 171. Thank you very much. Lot number 7, bidding in at £22, looking for 25. Any advance at 22? Do we see £25 anywhere? At 22, at 22, are we all done? 25 on the Serum, at 28 now, at 28 on Easy Live. Do we see 30? Any advance at 28? 30 in the room, 30 online. Any advance, selling it away at £28. Do 28 to buy 646. Thank you. Lot number 8, bidding in at £18. Do we see 20? Do we see 20? Any advance? 22 now at £22. We have 22. 30 now at 30. At 30. Bidding on Easy Live at 30. Do we see £32 anywhere? At 30. At 30. Are we all done? At £30. £30 sold by 673. Lot number 9, bidding in at 10. Look at 12. Do we see £12 anywhere? 18 now. 12. 18 at 18. At 18 on the serum. At £18. Any advance at 18? We have 18 on the serum. Looking for the 20. Do we see £20 anywhere? At 18. 20 now. At 20 on Easy Life. Do we see 22? 22 now on the serum. Serum bidding at £22. Any advance at 22? We see 25 now. At £25. Looking for the 28. Do you see £28 anywhere? At £25 on Easy Life. Easy Life bidding at £25. We all done at 25. Sold. £25 to buy at 673. Lot number 10, bidding in at £10, look for 12. Do you see 12? 12 with you at the back of the room, sat down on a nice button back chair. 22 against the 25 now, at 25. Would you like 30? 30 with 28 with you. 28 with you at the back of the room. You wrote your bid at £28. At £28 with you at the back of the room. Are we all done at 28? Sold by 111. £28. That's that sheet done. Bidding in, lot number 11, bidding straight in at 130, looking for 140. Do we see 140? Any advance at 130? Do we see 140? At 130, at 130, are we all done at 130? Selling it away at £130. And sold 130 to buy at 527. Lot number 12. Bidding straight in at £40, looking for 42. Do we see any advance from 40? At 45 now, at 45, 50, 60, at 60, 70 now, at £70 online, at 70, 80 now, 80 on Easy Live, at £80. Are we all done at 80? At 80, at 80, 85 now, 90 is the next bid. Do we see any advance? At £85. Do we see 90? Looking for 90. Are we all done? At £85 on Easy Live. Fair warning. Sold £85 to buy at 700. Lot number 13, bidding straight in at £10, looking for 12. Do you see £12 anywhere? At 10, at 10, at 10. Are we all done? 12 now, at £12 on Easy Life. At 12. 15 is the next bid. Do we see 15 in the room or online? At £12. Looking for 15. 15 on the serum now, at 15. Serum bidding at £15. 18 is the next bid. Do we see £18 anywhere? At £15. At 15. At 15. Are we all done? At £15. 18 now, at 18. 20 is the next bid. Any advance at 18? Selling it away then at £18. 20 on the serum. Serum bidding at 20. Easy Life, are you coming back in at 22? 20s with the serum, are we all done at 20? Fair warning. Sold £20 to buyer SR
142 9452.
Thank you. Lot number 14. Start me off at £10. Looking for 10. Do we see £10 anywhere? Do we see 10? Do we see 10? Any advance at £10? £10 online now. 12's the next bid. Do we see £12 anywhere? At £10, I can and I will sell. At £10, there's a gift at £10, but £10 I can and I will sell. £12 with you, sir. £12 in the room. £12 room bidding at £12. That's a room bid at £12.
15.
15 against you, sir. On the serum, shake of the head. Serum bidding at 15. You're not coming back in the room, sir. So it's serum bid at £15. Are we all done? 18 now against the serum. Serum, you're coming back in at 20. Are we all done? At £18. Fair warning then, selling it away at £18. Sold. £18 to S. No, to 673. Lot number 15, start me off, bidding straight in at £10, looking for 12. Do we see £12 anywhere? At 10, at £10. Are we all done at £10? Does the main bid have it at 25 now? At 25, no, it's selling away at £25. Are we all done at 25? Fair warning. Sold. £25 to buy at 646. Lot number 16. Good collection of vintage costume jewellery here, bidding in at £50, looking for 55. Do you see £55 anywhere? At £50. At £50. The maiden bid at 50. At 50. Any advance at 50? Any advance in the room or online at 50? At £50 then online, selling it away at £50. 50 to buy at 646. Lot number 17. Another collection of costume jewellery here with bidding straight in at £28, looking for 30. Do we see 30? Any advance at 28? Do we see £30 anywhere? 30 is the next bid at £28. At 28, selling away then to our main bidder is at 30 on the serum. 30 on the serum. Serum bidding at 30. At £30 now on the serum at 30. At 30. At 30. Are we all done at £30? So £30 to buyer SR
142 9452.
Thank you. Lot number 18, bidding straight in at £10, looking for the 12. Do you see £12 anywhere? At £10, at £10. Are we all done? At £10, I can and I will sell. At £10, 12 now. At £12 online. At £12 now. At 12. At £12, are we all done? At £12. Fair warning then, at £12, I can and I will sell. 15 now. At £15 on EasyLive. At £15, looking for the 18. 18 is the next bid. Do we see £18 anywhere? Any interest in the room? Yes, we have. Online at 18 now. At 18. At 18. Are we all done? At £18. Sold £18 to buyer 648. Lot number 19. Bidding straight in on EasyLive at £55, looking for the 60. Do we see £60 anywhere? Looking for 60. Are we all done at 55? 65 now. At 65. At 65. Looking for the 70. 75 now. At £75. At 75. At 75. Are we all done? At 75 on EasyLive at 75. 80 now. At 80. At 80. Do we see 85? Any advance at 80? At 85 now. At 85. Bidding online at £85. 90 is the next bid. Do we see £90 anywhere? At 85. Are we all done then? At £85. I think we are. Ran out of steam. Sold £85 to buy 646. Thank you very much. Lot number 20. Bidding in at £55. The collection of boxes here. At £55. Looking for the 60. Do we see £60 anywhere? At 55. At 55. Are we all done then? At £55. Fair warning.
60.
60, just before the gavel, at 65 now on EasyLive, at 65, 70 is the next bid. Do you see 70 on the serum? At £65 on EasyLive, looking for the 70.
Yeah.
70 on the serum bidding at 70, 75 back in with EasyLive. Are we all done? At 75, serum, you coming back for one more bid? Yes, you are. At £80 now, 85 on EasyLive now, at 85, at 85, at £85. Any interest in the room? At £85 now. Any advance? At 85, at 85, are we all done? At £85. That is sold, £85 to 657. Thank you very much. Lot number 21, bidding in at £25. Do we see 28? 32 now, at 32, at £32. 35 is the next bid. Do we see £35 anywhere? At 32, at 32, looking for 35. I can and I will sell at £32. Fair warning. Sold £32 to buy 673. Lot number 22. Bidding in at £40, at 40, any advance at 40, at 40, at 40, if the collection of watches here for £40, bidding in on EasyLive at 40, any advance, do we see £42 anywhere? I can and I will sell at 40. That's sold, £40 to buy at 503. Lot number 23. Bidding takes me straight in on EasyLive at £18, looking for 20, do we see 20, do we see 20, at £18, at 18, at 18, at 18 then. Fair warning, selling to the main bidder on EasyLive at £18. Sold £18 to buy 646. Lot number 24, bidding in at 40. Gonna need a bit more than that at 40, 42, 45, 48 with me. £48 with me at 48. On the book at 48, 50. Bidding's out at 50. In with the serum at £50, looking for 55. Any advance at 50. Fair warning then at £50 with the serum at 50, selling it away. Sold £50 to buyer.
SR 135 0361.
Thank you. Lot number 25. The citizen here bidding in at £40, looking for 42. Do we see £42 anywhere? Lovely watch here. 45 now online at 45, looking for 48. Do we see 48? 48 is the next bid. We have 45 looking for 48. Any advance at £45 then? Selling it away then at 50 now, at 50, at 50 online at 50. Do we see 55? 55 is the next bid at £50 now, at 50, 50, at £50. Are we all done at £50? I think we are. Ran out of steam at £50. Sold £50 to buyer 594. Thank you very much. Lot number 26, another collection of watches here. Start me off at 50. Do we see 50? Do we see 50? Collection of watches here for £50. Looking for 50. Do we see 50? £25 then. Do we see £25 anywhere? Looking for 25. Any advance at 25? Do we see £25 anywhere? £10 then. Looking for 10. Do we see £10 anywhere? Do we see 10? Do we see 10? £10 online, 12's the next bid. We have 10, looking for 12. Do you see £12 anywhere? Looking for 12, any advance at £10. I can and I will sell to our maiden bidder at £10 then, selling it away at £10. Sold £10 to buyer 648. Thank you. Lot number 27, bidding in at £40, at 40 now, at 40, looking for 42. Any advance at 40? Any advance at 40 here? We have 40, looking for 42. Fair warning then at £40, selling it away at 40. 40 by 646, thank you. Lot number 28. bidding straight in at £65. Anyone interested in the room? 70 with you at £70, 75 against you, 80 would you like? 80 you have, your bid at the back room, 85 against you, 90 would you like? Shake it out at 90, online at 85. Anyone else interested? At 95 now, at 95, 100 is the next bid. Do we see £100 anywhere? Looking for 100. £100 online now, at £100, at 100, at 100, 110 is the next bid. Any advance in them? £100, online at 100, selling it away at £100. Sold to our Easy Life bidder for £100 by 681. Thank you very much. Lot number 29, bidding straight in at £100, at 100, looking for 110. Do we see 110 anywhere? For the cigarette case, at £100, at 100, at £100, at £100, selling it away, 110 with you, sir, 110 in the room with you, sir, at 110. Any advance at 110? Anyone else coming in at 110? At 110 with you, sir, in the room, bid taken in the room at £110. Sold to you, sir, 110 by 212, thank you. Lot number 30, bidding straight in for the spoons at £70, looking for 75. Any advance at 70, at 70, at 70, at £70 now, at £70. Do we see £75 anywhere? At £70, at 70, are we all done? At £70 and selling it away at £70. To buy a 5, 7, 8. Thank you very much. Right, that's the end of that sheet there. Moving on to lot number 31. Bidding straight in at £22, looking for 25. Any advance at 22? 25 on the serum. Serum bidding at £25. 28's the next bid. Do we see £28 anywhere? At £25 on the serum. Any interest in the room or any further interest online? At £25, selling it away. Sold £25 to buyer SR
192 4048.
Thank you. Lot number 32, bidding straight into the set at £60. Do we see £65 anywhere? At 60. At 60 online. Do we see 65 with you, sir? 70 against you. 75 like 75 you have, sir. Your bid at 75. 80 against you, sir. 85 with you, sir. 90 against you. 95 with you, sir. 100 against you. 110 with you, sir. 120. 130 with you, sir. 140 against you. 150 with you, sir. 160 against you. 170 with you, sir. 180. Shake of the head at 190. Easy Life bidding at £180. At 180, looking for 190. 190, 200 now. At 200. At 200. 220 is next bid. Do you see £220 anywhere? At 200. At 200. Are we all done? At £200. Fair warning, selling to our Easy Life bidder at £200. Sold £200 to buyer 681. Thank you very much. Lot number 33. Bidding straight in at £38, looking for 40. 40 we have online at 42 now. At £42 with the Easy Life bid at 42. At £42, at 42. 45 is the next bid. Do we see any advance at £42? I can and I will sell at £42. Fair warning then. Sold £42 to buyer 5655. Lot number 34, bidding in at £40, looking for £42. Do we see £42 anywhere? At 40, at 40, at 40, with an online bidder at £40. Any advance at 40? At £40 then, selling it away at 40 to our maiden bidder. £40 to buy at 646. Lot number 35, bidding in at £190. At 190, at 190, looking for 200. Do we see 200 in the room or online at 200? 200 with you, sir. Your bid at 200, sir. Room bidding at £200. Bid taken in the room at 200, looking for 220. Any advance at 200? Do we see 200? Do we see 220 anywhere? At £200. Selling away then to you, sir, at £200. Sold. £200 to buyer 212. Lot number 36. Bidding in at £18, looking for 20. Do we see 20? Do we see 20? Do we see 20? Any advance at 18? At £18. At £18. With you, sir, at 20. Room bidding at 20. 22 against you. 25 would you like? 25 you have, sir. Your bid at 25 in the room at £25. 28 against you. 30 you have, sir. At £30 with you, sir. 32 against you. 35 you have, sir. Your bid, sir, at £35. Through at 35. Looking for 38. 38 you have. 40 with you now, sir. At £40 in the room at 40. Looking for 42. Any advance at 40? At 40. At 40. At £42 now, sir. Shake the head at 45. At £42 with an online bidder at £42. Are we all done at 42? I think we are. Right out of steam at £42. 45 now, at 45 pounds, just before the gavel at 45 pounds, online now, at 45 pounds, are we all done? At 45 pounds, selling it away at 45, 48 now, at 48, no we're not, at 48 pounds, I thought we were done, but we're not, at 48 pounds, selling away then, gavel's coming down at 48, sold 48 pounds, to buyer 655. Lot number 37, bidding in at 60 pounds for this, at 60. 65 with you at the back of the room at 65. At 65 at the back of the room. Room bidding with you at back at 65, selling it away at 70 now, at 70, 75 with you. 75 with you at the back at 75 then. Any advance at 75, looking for the 80. Do we see 80? Yes we do, at 80 pounds online. 85 with you now. At 85, looking for 90. Are we all done at 85? Fair warning then, you're bid at 85 pounds. Sold by 111. 85 pounds, thank you. Lot number 38, bidding in at 10. Do we see 12 pounds anywhere? At 10 pounds, 12 with you, sir. At the back of the room at 12 pounds, 15 against you, sir. 18 would you like? 18 you have, you're bid at 18. 20 against you, 22 would you like? Yes, you have, at 22 pounds, sir. With you at 22. 25 against you, sir. 28 you have, at 28 pounds in the room. Bid taken at 28 with the room bidder at 28 pounds. We all done at 28 pounds. Fair warning then at 28 pounds. Sold. Buyer 249, 28 pounds. Thank you. Lot number 39. Start me off at 10 pounds. Yep. Do we see 10? 10 pounds online on Sarah bidding at 10 pounds. Looking for 12. Do we see 12 pounds anyway? At 10 pounds. At 10 pounds. At 10 pounds then. 12 with you, sir. At the back of the room at 12. At 12 pounds now. 15 against you, sir. 18 would you like? 18 you have, sir. You're bid at 18. Looking for 20. Do we see 20? 20 on the Sarah. Shake the head at 22. Sarah bidding at. He's like bidding at 22 pounds now, at 22 pounds now, at 22, 25 on the Sarum, 28 against the Sarum, coming in at 30, 30 now, at 30, 32 now, and 5, and 5, and 8 bid, and 40 now, at 42 now, 45's the next bid, 45 we have, look at 48, 48 now, 50 now, at 50 pounds, 55 now, at 55, 60, at 60, 65 online, 70 with the Sarum, 75 against you, 80 now, at 80 pounds, 85 against you, 90. At 90 pounds, 95 against you. 100 pounds now on the Sarum at 100 pounds, at 100, at 100, at 100 pounds, at 100 pounds then, at 100, at 100. Are we all done? At 100 pounds with the Sarum bidder at 100 pounds. Fair warning, selling away at 100 pounds. Sold 100 pounds to
584 888.
Thank you. Lot number 40, starting off at £50 this, Art Nouveau bars at £50, £50, £50. Looking for 50, do we see 50? Do we see 50? £25 then, looking for 25, beautiful thing, £25. 25 with you, sir, looking for 28, do we see £28 anywhere? At £25, at 25, at £25, 28 with you, sir. Room bidding at 28, bid taken in the room at £28, 30 is the next bid, 30 with you, sir. 32 would you like? 32 with you, sir. 35 against you. 38 would you like? 38 with you, sir. Shake the head at 40. 38 with you in the room at 38. Looking for 40. Do we see 40? Do we see 40? Any advance at 38? Bidding at £38. Are we all selling it away at £40 now? 42 would you like, sir? 42 with you at the back of the room at £42 now. At £42. At 42. At 42. Any advance at 42 then? Selling away at £42. 45 against you, sir. Just before the gavel. 48 with you, sir. Your bid at 48. Wise choice at £48. At 48. Do we see 50? Any advance at 48? Do we see 50? 50 is the next bid. Fair warning then, at £48 with the room bidder. £48 divided 249. That's the end of that sheet. Right, lot number 41, bidding in at £130. Looking for 140. Do we see 140? Do we see 140? Do we see 140? Do we see 140 at £130 then? At 130, at 130, at 130, at 130. Any advance at £130 then? Selling away to the main bidder at £130. Six to seven. Lot number 42. Start me off, £10. Do we see £10 anywhere? Looking for 10. Do we see £10 anywhere? Looking for £10. Do we see £10 anywhere? £10 online, 12's the next bid. Do we see £12? At £10 then? At 10, at 10, at £10. Are we all done? At £10, 12 with you. 15 we like, sir. Shake your head at 15, £12 in the room at £12, at £12 with you, sir, at the back, at £12 then. Selling away your bid, sir, at £12. By 249, was it? Lot number 43, bidding in at £10, 12's next bid. 15 online at 15. 15 on the serum, 20 on Easy Life. Do you see £22 anyway? 22 we have, 25 now, at 25, 28's the next bid. 25 we have, 28 on the serum. Serum bidding at £28, 30's the next bid, 30 we have, at £30 and 2, at 32 now, 35 now, 38 on the serum, 40, at 40, at 40, at £40 now, and 2, at 45, 48 now, at £48 now, at £48, 50, 50's the bid, 55 now, 60, 65, at £65 now, at 70, at 70, at 70, 80, 85, 90, 95. Do we see 100? Yes, we do, at 110 now, at 110, 120, 130, 140, 150, 160, 170, 180, 190, 200, 220. It's running away from me here, folks. We've got a proper battle at £420. At 420, at 420, at 440, 460, at 460, at 460, at 460, at 460, 480 now, at 480, 500, 550 is the next bid, at £500, at 500, at £500, at 500. Are we all done then? At £500 online, selling away to our Easy Life bidder at £500. Sold £500 to buyer 540. Thank you very much. Lot number 44. Bidding straight in at £22 this time. 22 at 22 at £22 at £22. 28 now at £28 at 28. 32 now at 32 at 32 at 32 at £32. Any advance at 38 now at 38 at 38 at 38. 40 is the next bid. Do we see 40 at 38 then? Selling away at 42 now at 42 at 42 at 42. Any advance, James? At £42. At 48 now. 48 online at 48 at 48 at £48. At £48 then, selling away to our online bidder at 48. £48 to buy 600. Lot number 45, bidding straight in at £12, looking for 15. Do we see £15 anywhere? At £12, at £12. 15 with you, sir. Your bid at 15, 18 against you. 20 would you like? 20 you have. Your bid, sir, at £20 on in the room at 20. In the room bidding at £20. We all done then? At £20. Yours, sir, £20. Buyer 243. Thank you. Lot number 46, bidding in at £10, looking for 12. Do you see £12 anywhere? Any interest in the room? Any further interest online? We have a bid of £10, looking for 12. £12 in the serum now. Serum bidding at £12. £12 in the serum. Any advance at £12 then? Selling away for £12. Sold £12 to buyer
1509346.
Thank you. Lot number 47, bidding in at £180. At 180, looking for 190. Do we see 190? Do we see 190? At 180 then. At 180. At 180. Are we all done? At 180. Online then at £180. Any advance at 180? Sold £180 to buyer 681. Lot number 48. Bidding in at £10, looking for 12. 12 then at £12. 15 then at £15. At £15 online at 15. 18 with the serum. Serum bidding at £18. Do we see 20? 20 we have. At 20 on Easy Life. At 22 now. At 22. At 25. At 25. Bidding it in at £25. 28's the next bid. 28 we have. 30 against you, James. At £30 now. At 30. At 30. 32. 35 against you.
40.
£40 now. Online at 40. At £40. Looking for 42. At 40. At 40 then. At £40. So we all done. At £40. Any advance at £40. Fair warning. £40 to
128 6906.
128 6906. Thank you. Lot number 49, bidding straight in at £70, looking for 75. Any advance at 70? We have 70. At £70, at 70, at 70. Are we all done then? 75 with you, sir. In the middle at 75, 80, 80 against you, sir. 85 would you like? Shake the head at 85. Online at 80 then. At £80. At 80. At 80. Are we all done then? At £80. Buy at 681. All right, lot number 50. Start me off, £30. Do we see 30? Do we see 30? Any advance at 30? 30 in or online at 30? And 5, and 5, and 5. 5's a bid at 35 now, at £35. Do we see 38? Any advance at 38? Any advance at 35, sorry. Any advance at 35? Looking for 38. Do we see £38 anywhere? At 35, at 35. Selling away then at £35.
150.
SR 150.
9346.
Thank you. Lot number 51, bidding, start me off please, at £30, look for 30, do you see 30? 30 online at £30 for the serum, and 2's the bid, at £32 now, 35 against you, at £35, at £35 now, on easy live at 35, looking for 38, your bid sir, at £38 now, at £38 in the room, 40 against you sir, 32 would you like, 42 with you sir, at £42 with you sir, 45 against you, 48 would you like, 48 with you sir, your bid sir, at 48, 50 against you. Shake the head at 55, online then at 50, Are we all done then at £50? Selling away then at £50. £50 to 720, thank you. Lot number 52, bidding straight in at 10, looking for 12. Do you see £12 anywhere? Do you see £12 anywhere? At 10, 12 with you sir. Your bid at 15 now, at 15 against you sir. 18, 20, 25 now, at £25. At £25, 28 with you sir. 30 against you, 32 would you like? 32 you have, your bid sir at 32, 35 against you, shake the head at 38, at £35 now, online then at 35, we're all done, at £35, 542. Lot number 53, start me off bidding straight in at £18, looking for 20, do we see £20 anywhere? We have 18. 22 now, at 22 on the serum, at £22, 25 against you James on the serum, at 25 now. 28 on the serum, 30 on Easy Life, at £30 now, at 30, are we all done then at £30, any advance at 30, fair warning then at £30. Lot number 54, interest on my book and online taking me to £42 with me on commission at 42, 48 with me on commission. 48 with me on commission.
Yeah.
Any advance at 48 with me. 50, 55 with me then at 55. 60 with me, sorry, still with me at 60. My apologies, with me at 60. 65, commission's out at 65. Your bid, sir, at £65 in the room at 65. Your bid, sir, at £65 then. Are we all done? At £65, bidding in the room, 70 against you, sir. Shake the head at 75. 75 now with you, sir. Coming back in at 75. That's £75 with you. At £75. Are we all done then? At £75 with you, sir. In the room at £75. 80 against you, sir. Just before the gavel. One more bid could do it. There you are, sir. £80. That's the spirit. At £85 with you, sir. At £85. At 85 with you, sir. At 85. Your bid, sir. At 85. At 85. At 85 then. Selling it away at £85. 243. Thank you. Lot number 55, bidding straight in at £10. Do you see £12 anywhere? Do you see £12 anywhere? At 10, at £10, at £10, 12 with you. On 15 against you. 18. Do we see 20? Do we see 20 online at 20? At £18 then, at 18. Any advance at £18? 18 with you, sir. In the middle at 18. You're 18, sorry, my apologies. You've got 20, 20 you have, sir. Getting my numbers muddled up here. At £20, at 20, at 20 with you, sir. In the middle at 20, at £20, at £20 then, at £20. Selling away to you, sir, at £20. 243, thank you. Lot number 56, the collection of medals here, family medals, fantastic group. Start me off at £250. 250. Family medals here, both First and Second World War. 200 then. Do we see 200? Do we see 200? Looking for 200. Do we see 200? Do we see £200? Fair warning then, this remain with us at £200. That looks past. Lot number 57. Do we see 20? Do we see 20? 35. Bid taken on the serum at £35. Looking for 38. Do we see £38 anywhere? At 35. At 35 then. At £35. Are we all done then? At £35. Any advance at £35? Fair warning at £35. SR
192.
192.
1438.
Lovely. Lot number 58, bidding straight in at £40, looking for 42. 42 with you, at 45 against you. 48 with you, at the back of the room at 48. 50 against you. Shake the head at 55, at £50 online at 50, and 5 on the serum at 70 now, at 70, at 70, at 70, any advance at 70, 75 with you, sir, in the room at 75. 80 against you, sir. 85 you have, your bid at 90 now, at 90 against you. 95 you have. At 95 in the room, at 95, 100 against you, sir. Shake of the head at 110, are you sure? One more bid could do it, sir. Can't tempt you. At £100, at £100 online, at 100, at 100. Are we all done? At £100, selling it away at £100. Sold, £100 to our Easy Life bidder, 702. Lot number 59, bidding straight in for this lovely collection here at 250. Looking for 260. 260 is the next bid. Do we see 260? 280 now, at 280, at 280, at 280, looking for 300. Do we see £300 anywhere? At 280, at £280, at 280, at 280. Fine then, it's selling it away at £280. 280, 2, buyer 5, 3, 2. Lot number 60, the Kings and Queens South African medal here, bidding straight in at £12.
32.
32, that's the way to do it, James, at £32. 35 is the next bid. Do we see £35 anywhere? Do we see 35? Do we see 35? 35 with you, sir. At £35 in the room at 35. 38 is the next bid. Do we see £38 anywhere? At 35, at 35 then. Selling away at £35. Sold £35 to buyer 7171. There we are. Lot number 61. The Crimea medal with the French diploma, starting off at 200. Do we see £200 for this? Fantastic thing. The diploma itself is worth that. At £200. Do we see 200? Do we see 200? 180 then. As low as I can go. 180. Do we see 180? Do we see 180? Any advance at 180? Just remain with us at £180. Lot number 62, bidding straight in at 240, 260, at 260, at 260, at 260, at £260. Any advance at 260, 280 now, at 280, looking for 300. Do we see £300 anywhere? At 280, at 280, at 280 then. Fair warning at £280. 280 to buy at 649. Lot number 63, bidding straight in at 10, looking for 12, local interest here at £10, at £10, this is a good thing, at £10, do we see 12, £12 anywhere, do we see 12, do we see 12, 12 with you sir, your bid sir, 15 against you, 18 would you like, 18 with you sir, at 18, 20 against you, 22 would you like sir, 22 with you sir, 30 against you, 32 would you like, shake of the head at 32, it's a good thing sir, 32 with you sir, at 35 against you now, 38 with you sir, your bid, sir, through at 38, at £38. Are we all done then? At £38. Any advance at 38. Selling it away at £38. £38 by 171. Thank you. Lot number 64. Start me off at £60. Do we see 60? Do we see 60? Do we see 60? 30 then. Let's try 30. At £30. Looking for 30. Do we see 30? Do we see 30? Do we see 30? Looking for 30. Any advance at 30? Any bids at 30? Fair warning. It's passed. Lot number 65. Start me off at £50. Do we see 50? Do we see 50? Do we see 50? Do we see 50? Any bidding at 50? £25 then. Do we see 25? Do we see 25? Fair warning. Lot number 66. Start me off at 150. Do we see 150? Do we see 150? Do we see 150? Do we see 150? 130 then. Do we see 130? Any advance at 130? Any bids at 130? Fair warning. Lot number 67. Bidding in at £10. 12's the next bid. Do we see £12 anywhere? At 10. At £10. At £10. 15. At £15 now. At 15 online. At 15. 18. Is that 18 with you, James? At £18 with you. On the serum at £18. Any advance at £18? Fair warning then. At £18. 18 to
143 2830.
143 2830. Lot number 68. Starting off at £150. Do we see 150? Do we see 150? Do we see 150 for this? Evesham Pattern dinner service, 150. £100 then, at 100, at 100, at 100. It's a gift at 100, at £100. Any advance at 100? 80 then, at 80. Won't go any lower, at £80. At 80, at 80. Looking for 80. Do we see 80? Do we see 80? Fair warning there, so remain with us at £80. Lot number 69. Interest on my book takes us to £42 with me at 42, with me at 42, looking for 45. Looking for 45, do you see £45 anyway? At 42 with me, on commission at 42. Are we all done then? At £42. 45, 48 with me, at 48, with me on commission at 48. So are you interested in bidding? Are you conferring there? Would you like to bid? Shake the head. At £48 with me on commission at 48, looking for the 50. Do we see 50? Do we see 50? Any advance at £48? Selling away then on commission at £48. 48 to C9077. Lot number 70. Bidding straight in at £10. Looking for 12. 12 we have. 15 with you, looking for 18. Do we see £18 anyway? 20 against you, 22 online. 25 like 25 you have. In the room at 28, 30 now. 32 would you like? 32 online. At £32 now. 35. At 35, 38. At £38. 40 now. At 40. 42. At £42. 45 now. 45 to bid. At 45. 48 now. At 48, 50. At 50. At 55 now. At £55. At £55 online at 55. We're all done at 60 now. At £60. At 60 online at 60. At 60. 65 is the next bid. Do we see £65 anyway? Any advance at 60? At £60 then, selling away at 60. 5, 6, 4. Lot number 71. Start me off at £10. Do we see 10? Do we see £10 anywhere? £10 anywhere. Do we see 10? Do we see 10? Do we see 10? £10 anywhere. Looking for 10. Fair warning then, to remain with us at £10. Lot number 72. Bidding straight in at 40. At £40. At £40. At 40. At 40. Looking for 42. Do we see 42? 45 now. Online at 45. 48's next bid. At 50 now. At £50. At 50. At 50. At 50. 55 now. At £55. At £55 then. At £55. Are we all done at 55? Fair warning then. Any interest on the room or online at £55? To buy at 600. Lot number 73. Bidding straight in at £22, looking for 25. Do you see £25 anyway? Any advance at 22? At £22, at 22, at 22, 25 now, 28 against you, James. At £28 on Easlow, at 28. At 30 now, at 32 against you, James. At £32, at 32, at £32. And 5, and 8's the bid now, and 8's the bid. At 38, 40 is the next bid. At 42 now, at £42, at £42. And 5 on the serum, 48 against you. At £48 on Easlow, at 48. And 50 on the serum. Serum bid at 50. At £50 on the serum. Any advance at 50. At £50 then. Are we all done? At £50. Fair warning then at £50. 50 to
708 419.
Thank you. Lot number 74. Bidding straight in at £10, looking for 12. Do you see £12 anyway? At £10, at £10, 15 then, at £15, at 15, 18's the next bid. Do we see £18 anywhere? At £15, at £15. Are we all done at 20 then? At £20, 22 with you, sir, in the room at the front at 22. 25 against you, 28 you like. 28 with you, sir. Your bid in the front at 28, at £28, at 28, at £28. We're all done then. At £28, your bid, sir, 28. Sold to buy at 241. 214. Lot number 75. Bidding straight in at £60. Taking my commission out at 60. At £60 then. At 60. Looking for 65. Do you see £65 anywhere? At 60. At £60 then. At 60. Any advance at 60. Fair warning then. The main bid has it at £60. No, I'm not taking that. To buy at 651. Lot number 76. Bidding straight in at £80. Looking for 85. 160. At 160. At 160. At 160. At 160. Looking for 170. Do we see 170? Do we see 170? at 160, at 160 then, at 160 pounds in the sale room.
195, 8128.
Lot number 77, bidding in on Easy Live at 40, any advance?
55.
£55 in the sale room, at £55 on the sale room, at 55, at 55.60 now, at 60, at 60, at 65 now, at £65 on the sale room, at £65, 70 now on Easy Live at £70, at 70, any advance at 70, at £70 then, at 70, at 70, 75 then, at £75, at 75, 80 now, at £80, at 80, at 80, at 80, any advance at 80, at £80 then, selling in the way at 85 now, at 85, no I'm not, at £85, at £85, any further interest, at £85, selling in the way at 85. That was on the hammer, we're going to have to open that up again. Keeping it open at £90 on the sale room, at £90 then, at 90, at 90, at 90, any advance then, at 90, selling it away at £90, 92 SR,
195, 8128.
thank you, same bar as last. Lot number 78, bidding straight in at £60, at 65, at 65, looking for 70, do we see 70, do we see 70? Yes, we have, at £70, bid taken, at 75, 80 now, at 80, at 85, at 85 then, at £85, at 90 now, at 90, at 95, do we see 100, do we see 100, do we see 100, at £95, £100 now, 110, at 110, at 110, at 110, at £110, selling away at 110, 110 to buy at 665. Lot number 79. Bidding in at 60, at £60 then, at 60, at 60, at £60, at 70 now, at £70, at £70 online at 70, on Easy Live at 70, at 80 now, at 80, James, any action on the serum, at £80 on Easy Live, at £80, any advance at 80 then, fair warning, selling it away at £80, 90 before the hammer, that came in before the hammer, keeping it open, 90, at £90, any further interest at 90, giving you a chance at £90, 660. Lot number 80. Bidding straight in at £10 at 10, look for 12. Do 12, 12 at the back of the room with you, at 15 against you. 18, would you like 18? You have, your bid at 18. 20 against you. 22, would you like 22? You have, your bid at 22. 25 against you. Shake the head at 28. Online at 25. At £25 then, at £25. At £25. Any advance at £25. Sold 25 to buy 5, 6, 3. Moving on to the next sheet here. Lot number 81. Start me off at £10. Do we see £10 anywhere? Do we see 10? Do we see 10? Any advance at 10? Any bidding at 10? Any interest at 10? 10 with you at the back of the room. Room bidding at £10. Any advance at 10? At £10 is at 12. At £12 now on Serum. Serum bidding at £12. 15. No, you're not. At £12. At £12 then. Selling it away at £12. £12 to SR.
142, 9452.
Telephone bidder, are we ready? Yeah. We are ready to go. All right then, for the two Minton Moon Flasks here, bidding straight in at £150. We have a bid of 150, 160 is the next bid. 160 with our telephone bidder, 170, 180 we're looking for. Do we see 180?
Yes, please.
180, 190, 200 is the next bid.
Yes, sir.
At £200, 220 we have now.
240.
At 220.
Yes, please.
240 with a telephone bidder, 260.
280. Yes, sir.
280 on telephone. At £300 now.
320. Yes, sir.
320 on telephone. 340 online. 360 with telephone bidder. 380 now. At £380. 400 is the next bid. At £400 then. At 420 now. At 420 on Easy Live at 420.
440.
£440. 460 now.
480.
Do we see 480?
Yes, sir.
£480 now. £500. At £500. At 550. £600 now. At £600.
Yes, sir.
At 650 now. 700. At 700. At £700.
Yes, sir.
At 750. £800. At £800.
Yes, sir.
850 with a telephone bidder. At 850. £900 now. Do we see your 950?
Yes, sir.
At 950 on the telephone with the telephone bidder at 950. £1,000 next bid. Do we see £1,000? Do Do we see £1,000 with a telephone bidder at £900? £1,000.
Yeah, 1100. Yes, sir, 1100.
£1,100 with a telephone bidder. £1,200 now online at 1,200.
Yes, sir.
1,300. 1,400 at 1,400 now at £1,400. 1,500. 1,600 straight back in at 1,600.
Yes, sir.
1,700 now with a telephone bidder. 1,800 now
9. Yes, sir.
at 1,900. £2,000 at 2,000. 2-1 if it helps.
2-1.
£2,100
sir.
at £2,100. 2-2 straight back in at £2,200.
No, thank you, sir.
Telephone bidders out. Internet's through at £2,200. At 2,200. Are we all done? At 2,200. Fair warning.
One more, sir. 2-3.
2-3. Back in. Last chance at 2-3. Do we see 2-4? At £2,300. 2,400 is the next bid. Easy love, you coming back in at 2,400. Fair warning then with a telephone bidder. 2-4. At 2-4. At £2,400. At £2,400. 2,450 then. We'll give you a chance at 2,450. Treat you all the same. 2,500 is the next bid. 2,600. At 2,600. At £2,600. At £2,600. We're out on the telephone, through online at £2,600. Fair warning. Gavels down at £2,600.
Okay,
Thank you very much. Dubai at 723. Here we go. Lot number 83. £60. At 60. At 60. Do we see £65 anywhere? At £60. At 60. At 60. At £60. At £60 then. Are we all done? Made bid through at 70 now. At £70. At 70. At £70. At 70. At 70. At £70. 80 now. At £80. Online at 80. At £80. At £80. At 80. At 80. At £80. Are we all done then? At £80. Selling it away at 80. 85 with you, sir. Your bid at 80. 90 against you. 95 would you like? 95 you have. Your bid, sir, at £95. 100 is next bid. Do we see £100 anywhere? At 95. Your bid at £95 to 10. Thank you. The collection of Beswick figures here. Lot number 84. Start me off at £40. Do we see 40? Do we see 40? Do we see 40? Do we see 40?
Yes.
£40 at 40. At £40 on the Serum. Serum bidding at 40. 42 is the next bid. Do we see £42 anywhere? At £40. Main bid has it at £40.
142, 9452.
Can you repeat that, please?
142, 9452.
Thank you. Lot number 85. Bidding straight in at £32. 35 is the next bid. Do we see £35 anywhere? 35 with you at the back of the room. 38 against you. 40 we like. Shake the head at 40. 38 online is through online at £38. We all done 40 with you, sir. At £40 at the front. 42 against you. 45 if you like. 45 with you, sir. 48 against you. 50. Would you like to try 50? Yes. At £50. Room bidding at 50. At £50 with you, sir. At £50. At £50. We're all done then. At £50. Sold to you, sir. £50 to buyer. Was that 210? Thank you. Lot number 86. Interest on my commission takes me to £15. £15. At £15, 18 is the next bid. We have 15. We have 15. Head in the game, Claire. At £15, 18 we have. At £18, at £18, 20 now. At 20, at 20, at 20, 22 now. At £22, at £22. Online at 22, 25 now. At 25, at 25, 28 is the next bid. Do we see £28 anywhere? At £25. Are we all done then? At £25. Sold. £25 to buyer 6, 4, 8. Lot number 87. Start me off then. At £40. Do we see 40? Do we see 40? Do we see 40? Do we see £40 anyway? Do we see 40? 40 with you, sir. At the front at 40. At £40 with you, sir. Room bidding at 40. Your bid taken at £40. And I think 42 against you. 45 if you like, sir. 45 with you now. On the front at 45. At 48 against you. 50 with you, sir. At 50, at 50, at 50 pounds. At 50 pounds. At 50, at 50. Your bid, sir. Through at 50 pounds. Fair warning. 214. 50 pounds. Thank you. Lot number 88, bidding straight in at 42 pounds, looking for 45. Do we see 45 pounds anywhere? At 48 now, at 48, at 48, 50, at 50, at 50 pounds, at 50 then, at 55 now, at 55 pounds, at 55. We all done then? At 55, wrapping up and selling away. No, we're not. At 60 now, at 60, at 60, at 60, at 60 pounds. Sold 60 pounds to buyer. That was sold for 60.
Yeah, you came on after.
Yeah, that was sold after. So that was sold for 60 pounds to 705. Lot number 89. Start me off then at 50 pounds. 40 we'll take at 40 pounds online at 40. 42 is the next bid. 45 we have now at 45 pounds. At 48, at 50, at 50, at 50, at 50 pounds. At 60 now. At 60 pounds online at 60. Do we see 65? 65, yes we do. At 65 pound. Bid taken online at 65. Any advance at 65. 75 now. At 75 pounds, at 75, at 70, 80 now, at 85 pounds, at 85, 90 now, at 90, 95, at 95 pounds, 100 is the next bid. Do we see 100? Do we see 100? Do we see 100 pounds anywhere? At 95, 100 with you, sir. 110 against you, 120 would you like? 120 with you in the front row at 120, at 120. Room bid at 120, at 120, at 120. Your bid, sir, at 120 pounds. 214. Is that 114 or 214? 214. Lot number 90, the beautiful Japanese lady by Royal Dalton. Start me off at 500 pounds. Do we see 500? Do we see 500? James, any interest? 500 pounds in the United States at 500. At 500 pounds, 550 is the next bid. 550 with the Sarah bidding at 550. 600 back in the States at 600. 650 on the Sarah at 650. At 650. 700 pounds now at 700. 750 at 750. At 750 with the Sarah. 800 pounds now at 800. At 800 pounds back in the United States at 800 pounds. Do we see 850? Do we see 850? At 800 pounds then, to our bidder in the United States, fair warning, that is sold 800 pounds to buyer 659. Thank you very much. My final sheet here of this little stint. Lot number 91, start me off at 50 pounds, at 50, at 50, at 50, looking for 50. Do we see 50 pounds then? At 25 then? Do we see 25 pounds anywhere? At 25 pounds? I'm ignoring it, Looking for 25 pounds. Do we see 25 pounds anywhere? Revert back to this point. Little technical issue here, folks. We don't have a bid of 25, but we're looking for a bid of 25, if anyone wants to bid. So, are you interested? 25 pounds. £10 then. Do we see 10? Do we see 10? 10 with you. Bid of 10. Bid of 10. Bid of £10. At £10, look for 12. Do we see £12 anywhere? At £12, 15 would you like? 15 you have at £15. At 15 then. At £15. At £15 at the back of the room. At £15. 18 against you. 20 would like. 20 you have. At £20 now. At 20. At 20. At 20. Room bidding at £20. Sold. £20 to buyer 111. Lot number 92. Bidding straight in at £12 at 12, at 12, looking for 15. Do we see £15 anywhere? At £12. At £12, 15 with you, sir. Your bid, sir, at the back of the room at 15. Looking for 18. Do we see £18 anywhere? 18 we have, 18 against you. 20 would you like, sir? 20 you have. At £20 with you, sir. At 20, at 20, at £20 then. At £20, selling it away at 20. 2, 4, 9, £20. Lot number 93. Do we see 80? Do we see 80? Do we see £80 anywhere? Looking for 80. Do we see 80? 50 then. 60. Bid taken at £60. At 60. 65 is the next bid. Do we see 65 anywhere? And 5, and 5, and 5 online at £65 now. At 65. At £65. At £65. Any advance then? At £65. 65 to
180. 9748.
Lovely, thank you. Lot number 94. Starting off at £100. Do we see 100?
Yep.
Do we see 100? 100 on the line at £100 with the serum at 100. 110 with Easy Live at 110. At £110 then. At 110. At 110. At 110. Looking for 120. Do we see £120 anyway? At 110 then. Selling it away at £110. 110 to buy at 648. Lot number 95. Bidding straight in at £80. 85 is the next bid. Do we see £85 anyway? At 120 now, at 120, at £120, at 120, at 120. Any action on the serum there, James? At 120, at 120, at £120. Sold 120 to buy 648. Lot number 96, bidding straight in on Easy Live at £42. Looking for 45. Do we see £45 anyway? At 42. At £42. At 42. Online at 42. Are we all done then? Main bidder at 45 now. At £45 on Easy Live. Got to be quicker than that, James. At £45. At 45. At 45. 48 then. On the serum at 48. You're through, James. At £48. Are we all done then? At £48. Sold £48 to
SR 971087.
Thank you. Lot number 97. Interest on my books takes me to £12 with me on commission. £12 with me on commission. 18, £20 with me on commission. £20 with me. 22. Commission's out at £22 then. At 22. Easy Live bidders through at £22. Do you see £25 anywhere? At 22. At 25 now. At 28. At 28. At £28. At £28. Any advance at 32 now. At £32. At £32 then. Are we all done? At £32. Sold 32 to buy 5, 6, 9, 6, 3. Lot number 98. Do we see £100 anywhere? Do we see 100? 80. 80 we'll take, James. We'll take 80. At £80 then. At 80. At £80. At £80. 85 online now. At 85. Do we see 90?
Yep.
£90. Any advance at 90? 95. We have 95. Online at 95. 100 is the next bid. 100 we have. 110. Back where we started. At £110 then. At 110. At 110. At 110. Do we see 120? At £110 then. Selling it away at £110. To buy 648. Lot number 99. Interest on commission takes it to £18 with me at £18. At £18 with me. On my commission at £18. Do we see £20 anywhere? 20. 22 with me. 25 with that. 25. 28. £30 with me. Shake the head at 32. £30 with me on my commission. Are we all done then? At £30. Selling away at 30. Pounds to well. C570. Look at that. What do you want there? Lot number 100. Start me off at £20. Do we see 20? Do we see 20? Do we see 20? Fantastic thing for £20. Any interest at 20? Any interest at 20? £10 then. At 10. At £10. Do we see £10 anywhere? Looking for 10. £10 online. 12's the next bid. Do we see £12 anywhere? At 10 then. At 10. The main bid at 12 with you, sir. Your bid, sir, at £12. In the room at 12. Your bid taken. In the room at 12. 15 against you. 18 would like to shake the head at 18. At £15 then. Shake the head at 18. Did bid 18. Still, no, still 15. On he's like £20 now. At £20. At 20. At 20. At 20 then. At £20. At 20. Are we all done then? At £20. Sold £20. Change the voice. Handing over to Gordon Rocky.
Right, very good morning to you all. Lot 101, we're straight in, lot 101, and I can start straight in at £20 with Easy Live. At £20 in for 2 now. At £20, 22, back in the room. At 25 now, 28. So you're back at 28. At 28 now, in the room at 28, at 30 and 2. At £30, looking for 2 now. At £30 at £30. At £30 at £30. To Easy Live, selling it away at 32. No, I'm not. 32 now. In the room at 32, at 35, at 38, sir. At 35, at 35, at 35, and for 8, at £35 and away, I'm selling at 35 to 616, lot 102, the ex-Scandinavian bars. Good bars this, a lot of weights. I'm looking for £40, £40, at £40, at £40, at 20 then, at £20 away, at £20, at 20 have, look for 2 now, at 22 and 5, at 25 and 8 sir, at 28 and 30, at £30, at 32, at £30, at £30, at £30, no, it's with you at 30, at £30 looking for 2, at £30 looking for 2, at 32, at 35. No, at 32, at 32 with Easy Live, at 32, at 32. You roll out at £32, I'm selling away at 32 to 651. Lot 103, Art Deco uranium glass there. Straight in at £10 with Easy Live, 10 looking for 12, 15, 18, 38 now. 38 with the sell room, at 38, 40 I'm looking for, at 42 now, Easy Live at 42, looking for 5, at 42, at 45, Easy Live at 45, at 48, at 48, at 48, 50 I'm looking for, at 50 now with Easy Live, at 55, Easy Live, at 55, have to speed up on the sell room, £60, Easy Live, at £60, looking for 5, 65 now, 65 with the sell room, at 65, at 65, 70 is the next bid, at 65, at 65, at £65 I'm selling it away, no I'm not, £70 Easy Live, at £70 at 75, at 75 with the sell room, at 75, 75, selling it away, had your chance at 75, 75 to the sell room.
SR 193 7842.
Thank you very much. Lot 104, or the copper, and Easy Live has come in at 40. I have a commission bid of 42. Looking for 5 now. At 42, looking for 5. 45, 48 with me on commission. At 55, 60 with me. Looking for 5 now. It's with me at £60. Looking for 5. At £60. Looking for 5. At £60. At £60. Selling it away. On commission at 60 to 4327. Lot 105. The Gypsy Caravan Stone. Really architectural in the home, I think. And Easy Live, £40, 90 now with the sell room at £90. Thought this would do it at £90, 95. Do we see 100 at £100? Looking for 10 now at 110. At 110, 20 is the next bid. 120 in the room, at 120, 130 I'm looking for, at 120 in the room, at 120, at £120, I'm selling it away at 120, yours sir, to 182, lot 106, and I can start straight in, at £20 looking for 2 now,
38.
At 38, 40 with me, at £40, at £40, 50,
48.
48, 50 with me, at £50, 5 I'm looking for, at £50 looking for 5, at 55, 55 I'm out, at 55, at 55, 60 I'm looking for, at 55, at 55, at 55, selling it away, at 55 to 249, lot 107, the copper jugs, and start at £40, at £40, at £40, thank you. At £40, at £40, looking for 2 now. At £40, looking for 2. At £40, looking for 2. Easy Live, at £40. At £40, selling it away. Opening bid at 40. At 40 to 552. Lot 108. These 2 bronzes, start me at 100. At £100, at £100 I'm looking for. At 100. At 100, £50 then, no less. £50 I'm looking for. 50 I have, looking for 5, 55, 60. At £60 and 5. At 65, 70. At £70 and 5. At £70 back of the room. At £70, at £70, at £70, 75. Sell room. 80, £80 in the room at 80, looking for 5 now. Be quick on the sell room. 80 in the room. At £80, looking for 5. At £80, at £80. At £80, had your chance at 80. At £80, 249. Lot 109. All the dash hounds. What a sweet little lot. Flavour of the month, all the year, dash hounds. I start at 10 with Easy Live, looking for 12 now.
32.
At 32 with the sell room. At 22 or 32?
32.
32. At 32. Sip of the finger there, Claire. At 35, at 35, looking for 8. At 38 now, easy live at 38, 40 I'm looking for.
40.
At £40 at 42, at 45, easy live at 45. It's because they're dash outs. At 45, can we make it 50? At 45, looking for 8. At 45, looking for 8. Easy live at 45. At 45, 48 now. At 48, in the room. Got him. At 48, 50. There we go. At 50, looking for 5 at 55. At 55, at 55, 60 I'm looking for. At 55, at 55, at 55 and away. Selling. At 55, in the room. 2171. Lot 110. The coal painted bronze. French Bulldog, and it's running away. I'll just pause, I'll let it run. I expect this to make the money, and we're already up to 55 with easy line. At 55, at 55, 60 is the next bid. At 55, 60 I'm looking for. At 55, 60 I'm looking for. We're at £60, 65, 70. At 65, easy live at 65. At 65, at 65. At £65, had your chance at 65. 65. 2571, lot 111. Marjorie Cox, start me, lovely painting this, pastel, well-known artist. Start me at £10, £10 I'm looking for. 10 I have, looking for 12. At 10, looking for 12 now. At 10, looking for 12. You're the doggy person. Only takes a bid at 12. At £10 to the cell room. At 10, looking for 12. At 10, looking for 12. At 10, looking for 12. At 12, see, he's back at 12.
15.
At 12, 15. 18. I knew you'd think about it. 18, there you go, at 18. 20 to the cell room. At £20 at £20. At £20 at £20. You're out at 20. Selling away to the cell room. I have a big smile because, I'll tell you in a minute, number.
SR 1251341.
They thought I was mad taking it in. I think it's all right. I rest my case. Lot 112, there should be a telephone on this. Thank you very much. Telephone bidder, and we have to start straight in at 1500 I'm looking for.
16.
1600 now.
17.
1700. 17 to the cell room. 18 at 1800. 19 I'm looking for. At 1800 to the telephone. At 1800 to the thing. 1009. 2000 is the next bid. At 2000. At 2000. 22. At 22 is the next bid. At 2000, 22 I'm looking for. At 2000, I'll take 21 if it helps. At 2000. At £2,000, they've had their chance. I'm selling to the telephone at £2,000, 21, 22, 22. They have to be quick now. 23 is the next bid. At 2002. At 2002, at £2,200, they've had their chance. 2,200 to the telephone.
C9098.
Thank you very much. Lot 113. Lot 113. This is a lovely portrait, and start me at 900. Start me at 900, 950, 1,000. I'm looking for.
Yes.
1,000. 1,100 is the next bid. At 1,000, at 1,000, at 1,000, 1,100 I'm looking for. 1,100, at 1,100, 12's the next bid. I'll just pause. At 1,100, 12 I'm looking for. At 1,100, at 1,100. Last time of asking, I just pause at 1,100. Cell room, 1,100.
SR 96714.
Thank you very much. Lot 114. And start me at £30 for the group paintings, at £30 at £30. At £30 at £30. At £30, 10 then. At 10 I'm looking for. Good group. Frames are worth it. £10 I'm looking for. 10 I have with Easy Live. At 10, looking for 12 now. At 10, 12 in the room. In the room at 12, 15 I'm looking for. 15 now, Easy Live. 18, sir. At £18, thank you. In the front, 18, 20, 22. Don't give up. At 22, looking for 5, 25, 28. At 25, 28, sir, 28 now, thank you. At 28, 30, at £30. You out? You sure? At £30, at £30 with Easy Live. At £30, I'm selling it away. At 30, 2728. Lot 115, Helen Bradley, there we go. Start me at £30, at £30, £30, £30, £30. All the pictures at 30, 10 then. £10 I'm looking for, £10, £10, £10, £10 I'm looking for, no interest at £10, not sold. Lot 116, Hello Bradley again, and start me at £10, 10 I'm looking for, £10 I'm looking for, at £10, at £10, at £10, no interest at 10, pass the lot. Lot 117. And we start straight in at £10 with Easy Live, at 10 looking for 12, at 10 looking for 12, at £10, at £10, at £10, opening bid of £10, selling it away, at £10 to 550. Lot 118, Edward Wesson, good painting, good artist, starting at £50. At £50 I'm looking for. At £50 at £50. At £50 at 30 then. At £30 at £30. At £30 at £30. At £30 20 then no less. £20 I'm looking for. £20 I'm looking for. I thought this would sell. No interest at 20. I won't go to 10. Lot 119. Paper mache plates. There we are with these super portraits and stamps. Start me at £30. At £30 at £30. At £30 at £30, at 20 then, at £20 at £20, at £20, 10 then, 10 I'm looking for, £10 I'm looking for, no interest at £10, no interest at 10, that surprises me. Lot 120, Frank Wooden, and start me at 100, start me at 100, start me at 100, start me at 100, at 50 then no less, at £50 at £50, £50 I'm looking for, £50 I'm looking for, 50 I have, looking for 5, at £50, looking for 5, Easy Live at 50, looking for 5, at £50 at £50, selling it away, at 50, 2728, lot 121, collection of pictures, frames are worth it, remember that, I start at 40 with Easy Live at 40, at 42 now, Cell Room, at 45, Easy Live at 45, looking for 8, at 48, Cell Room, at £50, Easy Live, at 55, at 60 now, Easy Live, at 65, Easy Live, at 65 at 65, 70 I'm looking for, at 65 at 65, at 65 at 65 with Easy Live, I'm selling it away at 65. 607, lot 122, Julia A. Mayer, 19th century, and starting at £30, £30, £30, at £30 at £30, at 30 I have, Easy Cell Room, at £30 looking for 2, at 32 back of the room, at 32 at 32 looking for 5, back of the room at 32 looking for 5,
Yeah, 5.
at 35, at 38 now, 38, back of the room at 38, 40 I'm looking for, at £40 at 42, thank you, at 42, at 42, at 45, at 48 and 50, at 48, 50 I'm looking for, at 50 and 5 at 55, at 55, 60, at 65, at 65, 70, in the room at 65, 70, at £70, 75 now, at 75, 75 at 80 and 5, at 85 at 85, at 85 in the room, at 85, 90, at 95 at 95, 100's the next bid, at 100, 110 sir, at 110, 120, at 110, at 110, at 110, at £110, good battle at 110, in the room, 182, quick slurp. Lot 1, 2, 3, Valerie Thornton, starting at £50, at £50 at £50, at £50 at £50 at 30 then, at £30 at £30, at £30, 10 then, 10 I'm asking, £10, £10, no interest at 10, pass that one, 1, 2, 4, miscellaneous pictures, all the frames are worth it, start me at £50, at £50 at £50, At £50 at £50. At £30 then. At £30. No less at 30. At £30 at £30. No interest at 30. 30 I have, easy live. At £30 at £30, in for 2. At £30, in for 2. I'm selling it away. At £30, selling at 30 to 506. Douglas Manson Daney, Irish, 1927. There we go. Start me at 150. Start me at 150. Start me at 150. Start me at 150. At 100 then. At 100, at 100, at 100, £80 then no less. 100 I have, easy live. At 100, 110 I'm looking for. At 100, at 100, at £100, I'm selling it away, it's easy live. At 100, 694. Again, 126, Douglas Manson Daney, and start me at 250. Start me at 250. Start me at 250, 250, 150 then, 150 I'm looking for, 150, 150, 150, at 120 then no less, 120 I'm looking for, no interest at 120, 120 I have, at 120, at 120, 130 I'm looking for, at 120, at £120, I'm selling it away at 120, 120 to 694. We're just having a changeover, just pause. Okay, so lot 127, and I start straight in at £10. 12 I'm looking for. At 10, looking for 12. At 10, looking for 12. At £10. At £10. At £10. I'm selling it away at £10. £10 to 550. Lot 128, Victor Vazer Lees. And start me, I start at £10. I know. Tongue twister. I start at 10, looking for 12, at 10, looking for 12, at 10, looking for 12, at £10, at £10, at £10, opening bid at £10, 660. British School 129, there we go, the portrait, and I start with me at 280, 300 I'm looking for. At 280, 300 I'm looking for. At 300 I have, with Easy Live at 300, 320 I'm looking for. Easy Live at 300, 320 I'm looking for. At 300, at 300, at 300, at £300 I'm selling it away. At 300 to 619, lot 130. And again, I start with me at 280, 300 I'm looking for. At 280, 300 I'm looking for. At 280, 300 I'm looking for. 300 I have. At 300, 320 I'm looking for. At 300, 320 I'm looking for. At 300, selling it away. At 300 to 619, lot 131. And I start with me at 260, 280, 300 I'm looking for. At 280, 300 I'm looking for. At 280, 300 I'm looking for. At 300 I have. At 300, 320 is the next bid. At 300, at 300, at £300 I'm selling it away. At £300, at 300 to 619, lot 132, James Stevenson Craig, attributed to, and I start with me at £900, 1,000 I'm looking for. At 900, 1,000 I'm looking for. At 950, at 900 I'm looking for 1,000. At 900, 1,000 I'm looking for. I'll tell you, at 900, 1,000 I'm looking for. At 900, 1,000 I'm looking for. At 900, at 900, at 900, not quite there, not sold. Lot 133, and I start at 260, 280, 300 I'm looking for. 300 I'm looking for. At 280, 300. up to 8,300, up to 8,300, up to 80, up to 80, at 280, and not quite there, not sold. Lot 134, and I start with me at 360, 380, 400 I'm looking for. At 380, 400 I'm looking for. At 380, 400 I'm looking for. At 380, bidding stop. At 380, 400 I'm looking for. At 380 with me, and it stays with me, not quite there. Lot 135, and we start at 260, 280, 300 is the next bid. At 280, 300 I'm looking for. At 280, 300 I'm looking for. At 280, at 280, at 280 pounds, and staying with me at 280. Lot 136, British School, 18th century, and I start with me at straight in at 380, 400 I'm looking for. At 380, 400 I'm looking for. At 380, 400 I'm looking for. At 380, at 380, at 380, not quite there. Lot 137, and I start at 360, 380, 400 I'm looking for. 400 I'm looking for. At 380, 400 I'm looking for. At 380, 400 I'm looking for. At 380, not quite there. You can contact us and we'll see what we can do. Lot 138, and I start at 85, 95, 100 I'm looking for. At 95, 100 I'm looking for.
100.
100 I have with the sale room. At 100, 110 is the next bid. At 100, at 100, at 100 pounds, at 100, and selling it away at 100 to the sale room.
SR 177 85 94.
94.
Yes.
Thank you. 139, Jane Sand, and I start with me at 900, 950. At 950, 1,000 I'm looking for. 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 At 950, at 950, and staying with me, unfortunately. Lot 140, and I start these hunting ones, watercolours, Francis Arthur Fraser, and signed. And I start at 75, 80 I'm looking for. At 75, 80 I'm looking for. At 75 with me, 80 I'm looking for. At 75, at 75, at 75, at 75, and staying with me, not quite there, at 75, 141. And I start with me at 360, 380, 400 I'm looking for. At 380, I'm 440 with Easy Live now. At 440, 460 is the next bid. At 440, 460 with the sale room. At 460, 480, Easy Live. 500 with the sale room. At 500, 550, Easy Live. At 600 with the sale room. At 650 with Easy Live. At 650, 700 sale room. At 750, 800 with the sale room. At 800, 850 I'm looking for, with the sale room, at 800, at 800, at 800, 50, at 850 now, at 850, at 850 with Easy Live, 900's the next bid. Sale room, are you coming back? At 900, 900 with the sale room, at 900, 950 I'm looking for, at 900, 950 I'm looking for. At £900, at £900 I'm selling it away. Sell room at £900. At 900.
SR 375 222.
222. Lot 142, Graham Clark, there we go. Start me at £80. At £80, at £80. At £80, at £80, at £40 then, no less, at £40, at £40, at £40, at £40, at £40, no interest at 40, 153, 19th century, there we go, young lady, this is on a tambourine, lovely thing, start me at £50, at £50, at £50, at £50, at 50, at £40, at £40, at £40, at £40, at £40, at £40, at 30 then, no less. So I won't go any lower. £30 I'm looking for. £30 I'm looking for. £30, £30, £30. No interest at 30. We'll save that for another day. Stays with me for now. 144. Ben Nicholson, there we go. Starting at £50. At £50 at £50. At £50 at £50 at 30 then. At £30 at £30. At £30 at £30. 10 if you like. 25 I'll take, thank you. At 25 at 25, looking for 8. In the room at 25, looking for 8. At 25 at 25. At 25 at 25, selling it away. At 25, number, sir. 243. Lot 145 GT Bennett. There we go. Start me at £40. At £40 at £40. At £40 at £40. 20 then. £20 I'm looking for. At £20 at £20. 10 then. 10 I'm looking for. No interest at £10. Say unsold 146. The bronze there, and I start straight in at £12. At 12 with Easy Live, 15 I'm looking for. 15 back in the room. At 15, 18 I'm looking for. At 15, 18 new bidder. At 18 in the room at 18. Head of Easy Live at 18. Coming back at 20 again. It's at £18. In the room at 18. At £18. At £18 I'm selling it away. Sorry, it did come in on the hammer to 22. Thank you. Be quick, Easy Live. It's 22 in the room. At 22 at 22, selling it away. 22, 173. Sorry about that, but I did see it. 147, the Satsuma Baluster vases. And we start straight in at £75. 80 I'm looking for. At 85 now. At 85 at 85. At 85 at 90 now. At £90 at £90, you give a 5. At £90, you give a 5. At £90. At £90. At 95 at 95. At 100 now. At 100, 110 I'm looking for. At 100. At 100 I'm selling it away. At £100 to 690. 148 and start straight in at £40 in for 2, at £40 in for 2, at £40 at £40, at £40 at £40, Easy Live, selling it away at 40, 42 with the sell room, 45 Easy Live, at 45 at 45 looking for 8, at 45 looking for 8. No, at £45, Easy Live, selling it away, 45, 585. Lot 149, the Chinese lacquer brass bound food container, we start at 10. At 10, looking at 12. £12 now in the room. At 12, 15 I'm looking for. At 12, 15. At 12, looking for 15. At £12, at £12 I'm selling it away. At 12, 173. Lot 150, the ginger jar, we start at 22, looking for 5. At 25 with the sell room, 28 Easy Live. At 28, 30 I'm looking for. At £30, back in the room. At £30, at £30, looking for 2. In the room at 30, looking for 2. At £30, at £30, I'm selling it away. 30, 249. Lots, this lovely travelling vanity box there, Victorian walnut, and we start straight in at £80, looking for 5. At £80, looking for 5. Lovely example. At £80, at £80, looking for 5. 85, back of the room. At 85, at 85, 90 I'm looking for. At 85, at 85. At 85, at 85, I'm selling it away. At 85, 85, 249. 152's withdrawn. 153, the long-haired cowhide. Start me at 50. At £50 and £50. 40 then, to the sell room. At £40, looking for 2. At £40, looking for 2. At £40 at £40. At £40, I'm selling it away. At 40.
SR 897636.
Thank you. Lot 1, stop that one, sorry. 897636. Lot 154, taxidermy, starting at 150. 150 I'm looking for. at 150, at 150, at 100, at 100. £100 I'm looking for, £100, at 100, at £80 then, no less, £80 I'm looking for, £80 I have, at £80, at £80 I give a 5, at £80 I give a 5, at £80 with Easy Life, I'm selling it away, at 80 to 696. Lot 155, the shield there, the Aboriginal, with the boomerangs. They will come back, I'm led to believe. And I start at 42, looking for 5, at 42, looking for 5. At 42, looking for 5, at 42, looking for 5. At 42, at 42. At 42, at 42, at 50 now. With the sell room, at £50, at £50, looking for 5. At £50, looking for 5. Selling it away at £50. To the sell room.
SR 1040264.
Thank you. Lot 156. The Masonic. Starting at £10. For all the Masonic regalia, 10 I have, looking for 12 now. In the room at 10, looking for 12. At 10, looking for 12, 12 to Easy Live, coming back, 15 now, 15, 18. At £18 in the room at 22, 22, 25. At 22, 25, 25 now, 28. At 28, at 28, 30 I'm looking for. At 32, at 32 with Easy Live at 32, looking for 5. At 32, at 32. At 32, at 32, at 38. At 38, at 38. 40 is the next bid. At 38 at 38, at 42 at 42 at 45, at 48, looking for 48, at 45 at 45, looking for 8, at £45, at £45, selling it away, 45 to 673, just having a changeover. Okay. This interesting lot, by repute, from the Napoleonic War era, made from wishbones. Very interesting lot. All dolls furniture, starting at 100. At £100. At £100 I'm looking for. At 100. At 100. At 100. At 80 then. At £80 at £80. At £80, 80 I have, looking for 5. At £80, looking for 5, at £80, Easy Live at 80, at £80, at £80, at £80, I'm selling it away, 85, new bidder, in the room at 85, 90 now, 90, 95, at 95 now, in the room at 95, 100, 110 sir, at 100, Easy Live, at 100, at 100, you're all out, you sure you're out, at £100, it's a good estimate, Will. Lot 158, and we start straight in at £440 for the chair. At 440, 460 I'm looking for. At 440, 460 I'm looking for. At 440, at 460 now. At 480, at 480, 500 I'm looking for. At 480, at £480, selling, no I'm not, at 500, that was a good pause, at 500, 550 now, at 550, 600 I'm looking for, at 550, 600 I'm looking for, I pause, I let you dwell, think about it, at 550 with Easy Live, I'm selling it away, they don't come up that often, at £550, 550 to 562. Lot 159, the cap badges, we start at 22, looking for 5 at 22, 28. Ahead of the Easy Live, at £30 Easy Live, at £30 looking for 2, at £30 looking for 2, at 32 Easy Live, at 32 looking for 5, at 32 looking for 5. At 32, at 32, at £32, selling and away, 32 to lot, buyer 700, lot 160, and we start straight in, at £12, at 12, 35, with the sell room. At 35, looking for 8. At 35, looking for 8. At 35, at 35, at 38, easy live. At 38, at 38, 40. At 42 now, the sell room. At 42, looking for 5. At 45, at 45, easy live. At 45, at 45, looking for 8. At 45, looking for 8. At 45, at 45, at 48 now. At 48, at 48, at £50, easy live. At £50, at £50, looking for 5. At £50, looking for 5. At £50, I'm selling it away. At 50 to buyer 700, lot 161. Start me at 60. At £60, at £60. At £60, at £60, at £60 at 50 then. At £50, at £50. At £50, at £50, 30 then no less. A lot for your money there. At £30, at £30, looking for 30 a half with the sell room. At £30, looking for 2. At £30, looking for 2. At £30, at £30, at 32, easy live. At 32, at 32, looking for 5. At 32, at 32, looking for 5. There's a lot for your money. At 32, looking for 5. I'm selling it away at £32, 705. Lot 162, and we start straight in at £10. At 10, looking for 12. At 10, looking for 12. At 10, looking for 12. At £10. 12 I'm looking for. At 10, 15 now, easy live. At 15, 18 I'm looking for. At £15, 18 I'm looking for. At 15, at 15, at £15 I'm selling it away. No, I'm not. At 20 now. At £20 looking for 2. At £20 looking for 2. At 22 looking for 5. At 22 looking for 5. Easy live at 22 looking for 5. I'm selling it away. 22, 553. Lot 163, military accessories. We start straight in at £10, looking for 12. 15 with the sell room. At 15, 18 with easy live. 20 now with the sell room. At 22, easy live. At 22, looking for 5. At 22, looking for 5. At 22, looking for 5. At 22, at 22, at £22, I'm selling it away at £22, 28 now. Easy live at 28, it's still open. At 28, 30 I'm looking for. At £28, at £28, I'm selling. At 28, no I'm not. At £30, easy live at 30, looking for 2 now. It's still running. At £30, looking for 2. At £30, at £30, selling it away. £30 to 547 164. Military interest, we start straight in at £90, easy live, looking for 5 now. 160 with the sell room. At 160 with the sell room. 170 is the next bid. 190, 200 now with the sell room at 200. At 200, 220 I'm looking for. At 200, 220 I'm looking for. 240 now with the sell room. At 240, 260 we're looking for. At 240. At 240, and I'm selling it away to the sell room. At £240. 240.
SR 330416.
Thank you. Lot 165, and we start straight in at 48. 50 is the next bid. At 48, easy live 50 I'm looking for. We're at 55 now. Easy live at 55, 60 I'm looking. 60 with the sell room, it was ahead of easy live. Sell room at £60, looking for 5 now. With the sell room at 60, looking for 5, at £60 at £60. At £60 at £60 with the sell room, I'm selling it away at £60. At 60.
SR 584319.
Lot 166, Royal Naval Patrol, light box, there we go, start me at 40. At £40 at £40. At £40 at £40. At 20 then. At £20 at £20. At £20 I'm looking for, thank you. At 20 looking for 2. At £20 looking for 2. At £20 at £20 I'm selling in the room. At 20 to 243. 167, military badges. And a watch there, start me at £50, at £50, at £50 at £50, at £50 at £50 at 30 then, at £30 at £30, at £30, at £30 at 20 then, £20 I'm looking for, £20 I'm looking for, 10 if you like, no interest at 10, 10 I have, 20 now at 22, they've woken up. At 22, at 22, looking for 5, you were nearly in. At 22, at 25, at 25, looking for 8, at 25, looking for 8, at 25, easy live, I'm selling it away, 25 to 705. Lot 168, this super collection of important military history from the Adams family, Anstey Hall, to include a portrait there, starting at 200.
160.
160, thank you. At 160 we'll take. At 160, 170 in the room.
180.
180, 190, 190, 200.
200.
200, 220. At 200, 220 I'm looking for. Sell room. At 200, at 200, 220 I'm looking for. At 200. You sure you're out? One come up again. 220. Thank you. At 220. In the room at 220.
240.
240. At 240, 260, good try. At £240, at £240, you're all out at 240. At 240.
SR 166241.
Thank you. Lot 170. Lot 168. 169, sorry, it's a long description, that's why. 169, the ship's bell. That was a long description. Good one though, Will. 169, the ship's bell, and I start at 180, 190, 200 I'm looking for. At 190, 200 I'm looking for.
Yeah.
200 I have with Easy Live. At 200, 220 I'm looking for. At 200, 220 I'm looking for. At 200, at 200, at 200, at £200, I'm selling it away at £200. 200 to 684. Lot 170. And I can start straight in at £100. At 100, 110 I'm looking for. Easy Live, 100, 110 I'm looking for. At 100, at 100, at 110 now. Easy Live at 110, at 110, at 110, 120 I'm looking for. At £110, at £110, I'm selling no. At 130 now. At 130, 140 I'm looking for. At 130, at 130, at £130 I'm selling it away at 130 to 553. Bear with me. (171) Civil War era, and I start with me at 600.
650.
650, at 650, 650 I have, 700 I'm looking for, at 650 with the cell room, at 650, 700 back of the room, at 700 back of the room, 750 I'm looking for, at 700, at 700, at £700 I'm selling it away, at 700 to 249. Lot 172. The sword here, and we start at £12. 15 I'm looking for. 15 with the sell room. At £20, at 22 with Easy Live, at 25, 28, at 28. 30 I'm looking for. 32 now. At 32, head of the Easy Live. At 32 with the sell room. 35 Easy Live, 38 Easy Live. At 38 to 38, 40 I'm looking for. 40 now the sell room. At 42 Easy Live. At 45 sell room. 48 Easy Live. At £50, at 55 Easy Live. At 55, 60 now the sell room. At £60, at £60 looking for 5. At £60 looking for 5. At £60, at £60 selling at 65 now. Easy Live at 65, 70 I'm looking for. At 65, 70 I'm looking for. At 65 I'm selling it away. At 65 to 553. 173 replica ceremonial sword, and we start at £10. 12 I'm looking for. At 10 looking for 12. Easy Live at 10 looking for 12. At 12 sell room. 15 Easy Live. 18, 20 now. At £20 looking for 2. 22 sell room. 25 Easy Live. At 28 sell room. £30 Easy Live. 32 sell room. 35 Easy Live. at 38, sell room, 40 now, at £40, at 42, at 45, easy live, at 45, 50 now at easy live, at 55, sell room, at 55, at 65 now, I can't keep up, at 65, I was on a roll there, at 65, sell room, at 65, at 65, at 70 now, easy live, at 75, sell room, at 75, sell room, at £80, easy live, at £80, I give a 5, 85, sell room, at 85, at 85, at 85, at 85, at 85, at 85, I'm selling it away, at 85 to the sell room. On the hammer, I apologise to the sell room, but the bid came in as the hammer came down, so it remains open. It's with the sell room, thank you very much, at 95, easy live now, 100.
110.
110 with the sell room, at 110 with the sell room. I'm going to pause, 120 now with easy live,
140.
140 now with the sell room, at 140, 150 I'm looking for, with the sell room at 140, at 140, at 140. You've all had a chance, thank you very much for being understanding, but the bid came in, selling it away at 150 now, no I'm not, easy live at 150, at 150 I'm selling it away, 150 to all the sixes. Just having a quick changeover, I'll pause. We have the replica pistols, lot 174, and start me at £30, at £30.
22.
22 with the sell room, at 22, at 22, looking for 5, at 22, looking for 5, at 25, easy live, at 25, at 25, looking for 8, 28 now, at £30, easy live at 30, looking for 2, at 32, at 35, easy live at 35, looking for 8, 38 now, at £40, easy live at £40, looking for 2, at £40, at £40, at £40, at £40, easy live at 40, at £40, at £40, selling it away, at 40 to 553. Lot 175, rare Lincoln Jeffries All-Star Steel Air Pistol. There we go. And we start straight in with easy live at £180, at 200 with the sell room.
190.
190 with the sell room, apologies. At 190 with the sell room, at 190, 200 I'm looking for. With the sell room at 190, 200 I'm looking for. At 200 now with easy live. At 200, 220 I'm looking for. At 200, at 200, 220. At 220, at 220 with the sell room. At 220, 240 is the next bid. At 220, at 220, at 220 to the sell room. 220.
SR 47448.
Thank you. 176. The indentures, and start me at £10.
Yep.
10 I have with the sell room. At 10, looking for 12. At 10, looking for 12. At 10, looking for 12. At £10. At £10. At £10. I'm selling it away. £10.
SR 748374.
Thank you. 177 loan certificate. So we start straight in easy live at 10, looking for 12.
Yep.
At 12 to the sell room, 15 easy live. 18, 20 now with easy live. At £20 at 25 now. Easy live at 25 at £30 now. Easy live at 30. At 32 the sell room. At 32 at 32 looking for 5. At 32 looking for 5. With the sell room at 32 at 32. At 32 I'm selling it away. 32.
SR 66174.
66174. Lot 178. Again, we start at £40 at £40 with easy live. Lot 178 at £40, looking for 2, 45 now. Easy live at 50 now. At £50, looking for 5, at 55, sell room. At 55, at 55, 60 I'm looking for. At 55, at 55, 60 I'm looking for. At £55 with the sell room, selling it away, 55.
SR 16107. Double up. 700. Sorry.
Lot 179, loan certificates, and we start at 35, looking for 8. At 35, looking for 8. At 35, looking for 8.
40.
At £40, sell room. At £40, headed 42, easy live. At 42, looking for 5, 48, easy live. At £50, easy live. At £50, at £50, looking for 5.
60.
At £60, sell room. At £60, looking for 5. At £60, looking for 5. At £60, at £60, with the sell room, selling it away. 60.
SR 66174.
Thank you. Lot 180. 9 share loans. There we go. We start at £40. Lot 180. At 45 now. At 45, looking for 8.
48.
At £50, easy live. At 50, looking for 5. 55, the sell room. At 55, at 55, 60, I'm looking for. At 55, at 55, 60, I'm looking for. At 55, selling it away. 55.
SR 66174.
Thank you. Lot 181, loan certificates, and I start at 45, looking for 8. At 45, looking for 8. At 45, looking for 8, easy line. 45, 48, sell room. At 48, at 48, 50, I'm looking for. At 48, at 48. At 48, at 48, with the sell room, I'm selling it away. 48.
SR 66174.
Lot 182, more share certificates, and we start at 38, 40 I'm looking for. At 38, 40 I'm looking for. Easy live at 38, easy live at 40. At £40, at £40, it could be 2. At £40, at £40, it could be 2. At £40, at £40, I'm selling it away. £40, 2547.
Yeah.
Lot 183, vintage postcard album, starting at £60. At £60, at £60, at 30 then, at £30, at £30, £30 I'm looking for. At £30, £30 I'm looking for. £30 won't go any lower. At £30, at £30. No interest at 30. We'll save that for another day. 184, and I can start straight in at £160 with easy live at 160. At 160, 170 I'm looking for. At 160. At 160, 170, in the room at 170, room bid, at 170, at 170, at 170, I'm selling it away, at 170 to 126, lot 185, and we start straight in at 120, at 120, at 120, 130 I'm looking for. At 120, 130 I'm looking for. At 120, at £120 I'm selling it away. At 120, 2574. 186, and we start straight in at £10, looking for 12. At 10, looking for 12. At £10, at £10, at £10 I'm selling it away. £10, 623. Lot 187, stamps again, I start at £40, looking for 2. Easy live at 40, looking for 2. At £40, at £40. At £40, at £40, selling it away at 45 now. Easy live at 45, looking for 8. At 45, looking for 8. At 45, at 45. At 50 now. At £50 with easy live, looking for 5. At £50. At 55, 60 now. Easy live at 60, looking for 5. At £60, looking for 5. At £60, at £60. At 70 now. At £70, looking for 5. At £70, looking for 5. At £70, at £70. At 80 now. At £80, at £80. At £80, at £80, looking for 5. I'm selling it away. At 90 now. At £90, at £90. At £90, looking for 5. At £90, looking for 5. At £90, at 95 now, with easy live at 95. At 95, at 95, I'm selling it away. At 95, oh no I'm not, it's at 100. It's still open at 100. At £100, at £100, at 100, at 100, at £100, I'm selling it away. 100 to 726. Lot 188, the comics, and starting at £40. At £40.
15.
At £15 with the sell room. At £15, 18 I'm looking for. At £15,
25.
25 now.
Voting on
At
two.
25,
30.
30 now. at £30 at £30, sell room, at 32 at 35, at 35 at 35, looking for 8 with the sell room, at 35 at 35, looking for 8, at £35, at £35, at £35, I'm selling 35.
SR 953 200.
Thank you. Lot 189. The remote control forklift, £28 I have with Easy Live, 30 I'm looking for. At 28, 30 I'm looking for. At £30 at 32 now. At 32 at 32 looking for 5. At 35 at 35 with Easy Live. At 35 at 35 looking for 8. So 35 at 35 I'm selling at 38 now. At 38, 40 I'm looking for. At 38, 40 I'm looking for. At 38, at 38, at 38 pounds I'm selling 38, 711. Lot 190, Star Wars, and I start at £20 looking for 2. At £20 looking for 2. At £20 and £20, 22 in the room. In the room at 22 looking for 5. At 22 looking for 5. In the room at 22, not Easy Live. At 25, 25 at 28, 28 and 30, sir. At 30, 28 in the room. In the room at 28. At 28, 30 now with Easy Live. At 32 in the room. At 32 in the room. At 32 at 32 looking for 5. At 32 looking for 5. At 35 Easy Live. At 38 now. At 38 in the room. At 38 at 38, 40 I'm looking for. At 38 in the room. At £38. At £38. Sold 38. 143. Star Wars 191. We start at £10. At 10 looking for 12. At 10, 12 with the sell room. 15 Easy Live, 20 Easy Live, 22 now. At 22 Easy Live. At 22 at 22 looking for 5. At 25 in the room. At 25 looking for 8. At 28 now. At 28 and 30 coming back, sir. Against you. At £30 now. In the room at 30 looking for 2. At £30 looking for 2. 32, 35. No, at 32 Easy Live. At 32 at 32. At 32 I'm selling it away. 32, 711. Lot 192. Scanner. There we go. I start at £60, looking for 5. At 65, at 65, sell room. At £70, Easy Live. At £70, Easy Live, looking for 5. Sell room. At 75, 75. At 75, 80 I'm looking for. At 75, at 75, at £75 I'm selling it away to the sell room. 75.
SR 1116310.
Thank you. Lot 193. Star Wars. And start me at £70. Start me at £70. At £70. At £70. At £30 then, no less. 30 I have for 2 now. At £30 for 2. At £30, 32. 35. At 35 at 38. At 38 at 40. At 38, 40. Thinking. At 40. At 42. At 42, at 42, at 42, 45. At 42, at 42. In the room. At 42. 42. 249. Lot 194. Star Wars. And start me at £50. At £50 at £50. At £50 at £50 at 30 then. At £30 at £30. At £30. At 30 I have looking for 2. At £30 looking for 2. At £30 at £30. At £30 looking for 2. At £30, 32 now. At 32 at 35 at 38. At 38. At 35 looking for 8. At 35, 38 I'm looking for. At 35 at 35 selling it away. At 35 2143. Lot 195 die cast, there we go. And I start with me at 65, 70 I'm looking for. At 65, 70 I'm looking for. At 65, 70 I'm looking for. At 65 at 65. At 65 at 65. At 65 at 65. No interest, 65. Thank you, sir. At 70. At £70 at £70. I'm selling to you, sir, at £70. To your number, sir? 214. 214. Thank you very much. Lot 196. Aston Martin, we start straight in at £70 with 5, at £80 at £80, 85. Ahead of Easy Live, in the room at 85. It's in the room at 85. At 85, 90 I'm looking for it. £90 at 95. 95 now. In the room at 95. At 95, at 95, 100, 110. It's against you, sir. On Easy Live at 100. 110 I'm looking for. At 100. At 100. Had your chance at £100. I'm selling at 100 to 556. Lot 197. All the figures there, and we start straight in at 130. At 130. At 130, 140 now. In the room at 140, 150 I'm looking for. At 140. At 140 I'm selling it away at 150 now with Easy Live. 160. In the room at 160. At 160. At 160 in the room. At 160. 170 now with Easy Live. At 170, are you back at 180? It's against you. You've come this far. At 170, 180, at 170 with Easy Live. 180, he's back. At 180, were you bidding for him? At 180, at 180 in the room. At 180, 180 to 143, lot 198. And we start straight in at £95. At 95, 100 I'm looking for. Easy Live at 95, 100 I'm looking for. At 95, at 95. At 95, at 95 I'm selling it away. At 100 with the sell room. 110 with Easy Live. At 110. At 110, 120 I'm looking for. At £110. Selling at 110 with Easy Live. To 559, lot 199. All the games we start at £10. Look for 12. At 10, look for 12. At 10, look for 12. At £10. At £10. Opening bid at 15 now. At £15, 18 I'm looking for. At 15. At 15. I'm selling it away. Oh no, I'm not. It's at 20. It came in as the hammer came down, so it's still live. Easy Live now. 22. At 22, look for 5. At 22, look for 5. I'll give you a chance. At 22, at 22, I'm selling it away. 22 to 722. Lot 200. And we start straight in at £40, look for 2. Easy Live at 40, look for 2. At £40, look for 2. At £40 at £40. At £40 at 42. At 42 at 42, looking for 5. At 42, looking for 5. I'm selling it away. At 45. It came in on the hammer. It's still open. 48 now. Easy Live at 48. At 48, 50 I'm looking for. At 48, at 48. At £48. At £48 I'm selling it away. 48 to 711. Lot 201, my last one for a while. We'll take over and we start straight in. At £60 looking for 5. At £60 looking for 5. At £60 looking for 5. At 70 now, 75. At 75, at 75, 80 I'm looking for. At 75, at 75. At 75. At £75 I'm selling it away. 75 to 711 and we'll now take over.
Because I've never done Easy Live, I've no clue.
Thank you very much, Gordon. We're ready to go.
Yeah.
Ready to
Just
go.
be careful, we're learning, right?
All right, ladies and gents. Lot number 202, bidding straight in at £80 on Easy Live, at £80. At 80, any advance at 80? At 80, at 80, 90 now. At 90 on Easy Live, at 90, at 90, at £90. £100 here. At £100 on Easy Live, 110's the next bid. Do we see 110? At 100, at 100, at 100. Are we all done? Selling it away at £100 on Easy Live. Sold. Buy at 100. £100 to buy at 584. All right, lot number 203, bidding straight in at £120. 140 on the serum at 140. 150 is the next bid. Do we see 150? At 150 now on Easy Live at 150. We're looking for 160. Do we see 160 at 150? At 150. 160 on the serum. 170 back on Easy Live at 170. At 170. At 170. At 170. 180. 190 now. Back on Easy Live at 190. 200 is the next bid. Do we see 200? Any advance at 190? At 190. At 190. Are we all done? Run out of steam at £190. Sold for 190 to buyer 584. Lot number 204, bidding straight in at 120, 180, 200, at 200, at £200, at 200, any advance at 200. We have 200 on Easy Life, looking for 220. Do we see 220? 240 now, at £240, at 240, at 240, 260 is the next bid. Any advance at £240, selling away at 240. 240 to buyer 584. Lot number 205, bidding straight in at £28. At £32, that's the way to do it, Gary. At £32 on the serum at 32. At 32, at 32, 35 is the next bid. Do we see £35 anywhere? At 32, 35 with you, sir, in the room at 35. 35, your bid taken, sir, at £35. 38. 38 in the room, bid taken in the room at 38. 38 with you, sir. Your bid at 38. Looking for the 40. 40 online. 42 with you, sir. Are you coming back in at 45? 42 in the room. Room bidding at £42. 48 against you, sir. 50 you have, sir. Your bid at 50. Your bid at £50. At 50. At 55 against you. 60 you like. 60 you have. Just to confirm, sir, I'm bidding with the person behind you.
Oh, not me.
Not you, sir.
I'm nodding, but no.
It's very confusing. You're both standing in my line of sight. Separate yourselves out of it. That's the way to do it. Room bid at 60. At 60. At 60 with you, sir. Sir, would you like 65?
Yeah.
65. 70 like, sir. 70. 65 with him. Would you like 70, sir? He can have it. How very generous of
Very
you,
nice.
At £65 with you, sir. In the jacket at 65. Selling away any further bidding at £65. That is sold. 65 to buy 143. Thank you.
Yeah.
Lovely. All right, lot number 206 here. We have interest on my book taking us to. We're looking for 150, but we have 120. We'll take 120 at 120. At 120. At 120. At 120 on commission with me at 120, looking for 130. Do we see 130? Do we see 130? Any advance? £120. Selling away then at 120 to our maiden bidder on commission at 120. To buyer C4274.
Yeah.
Lot number 207. Start me off at £200. £200. Looking for 200. Do we see 200? 20th century children's carved wooden rocking horse. £200. At £200. 180 then. 180 if it helps. 100. It's a gift of 180, ladies and gents. At 180. Do we see 180? Do we see 180? Fantastic thing. At 180. Christmas is coming up. What could be better? A rocking horse for £180. Any interest at 180? Fair warning then. This will remain with us at 180. Oh. That lot is passed. See us after if you're interested. Lot 208. Starting off at £100. At 100. 160. At 160 for the lad. What is it? No. For the collection of Walt Disney Classics here. 160. 160. 160. 180. At £180 now on the serum. 190. Is that 200? 200 we have. 220 is running away with us here at 220 on the sale room. What an investment this is. At £220. At 220. At £220. Are we all done then? At 220. Is that it? At £220.
SR 1561520.
Look at that. What a result. Lot 209. Lot 209. We've got interest online, but also interest in my books, taking me with the commission bid to £25 with me on commission. 30 with me on commission. 35 with me on commission. We're on my commission at 35.
Sorry, I need to run a bit, sorry.
It's my commission bid at £35.
38.
40 with me on commission. Mike, 45 with me on commission. With me at £45 on commission at 45. £50 with me on commission. £60 with me on commission. My commission bid at £60. At 60. At £60 with me on commission. Are we all done then? At £60. 65. Commission's out. Online's through at £65 then. At 65. At 65 then. Are we all done then? At £65. Selling the way to our easy live bidder at £65. Sold. £65 to buy a 546. Thank you very much. Alright then, lot number 210 bidding straight in at 30. At 30. At 30. At £30. At 30. At 30. At £30. We're all done then. Main bid at £30.
Oh, yeah, 32.
32 on the serum. Serum bidding at £32. At £32 now. At £32. We're all done. At £32. Selling away at £32. Sold. £32 to buyer.
1184852.
Thank you, Claire. Lot number 211. Start me off. Bidding straight in at £140 at 140. At 140. 150 is the next bid. At 140. At 140. At 140. At £140. At 140. Are we all done then? Maiden bid of 100. 150. 160. Back online at 160. At £160. At 160. At 160, 170, 180, at 180 on easy life, at 180, at £180 then. Are we all done? At 190, no we're not. Through goes Sarah at £190, at 190, at 190, at £190, we all done then. Wrapping up and selling away at £190. Sold, 190 to buyer SR.
1184852.
118, 118. What?
118
118.
45.
45.
No, 48.
Sorry, 11848. 52. Lovely. All right then. Lot number 212. Start me off. £40. Do we see 40? Do we see 40? Do we see 40? Do we see 40? We're looking for 40. £10 then. £10. £10 anywhere. Do we see 10? Do we see 10? Do we see 10? £10 anywhere. Looking for 10. It's a steal at 10. It's a gift at 10. Ladies and gents, Christmas presents. Think about it. £10 anywhere. Looking for 10. Do we see £10 anywhere? Fair warning then. If you can't get any interest on this at £10, just remain with us. That lot has passed. Lot number 213. We have interest on serum, I'm certain of this. £130 on the serum at 130. At 130. Serum bidding at 130. At 130. At 130. Looking for 140. Any advance at £130. Are we all done then? At 130. Selling away at £130. Sold. 130 to SR.
1228.
1228.
660.
660. Thank you, Claire. Lot number 214. Paddington Bear. Lovely bloke. At £10. £10. £10. We're in at 10. We are in at £10. 12 now. At 12. At 12. At 12. 15. At £15 online. At 15. 18 now. At £18. At 18. At £18. At 18. Any advance at 18? At 18, 22 now, at £22, at 22, 25 now, 25 to bid, at £25, at 25, at 25, at £25.
28.
28, through goes Sarah at £28, at 28, at £28, any further bidding, at £28, how we run out of steam, at £28, how are we doing down there, Claire, at £28, are we all done, at £28, fair warning, £28, that is sold, £28 to
1922 366.
Thank you. Yeah, I just got a load of water just fell on me.
Aircon.
Ah, that's nice. All right then, lot number 215, Paddington Bear, 10-2. All right, start me off at £50. Do we see 50 for this? Do we see 50? At 50, looking for 50.
Oh, no. Said it, yes, sir.
How are we doing? At £50, looking for 50. Do we see 50? Do we see 50? £25 then, looking for 25. Looking for 25. Do we see £25 anywhere?
Yes.
25 online, at £25, 28 now, at 28, at £28, looking for the 30, do we see 30, do we see 30, do we see 30, any advance at £28, Fair warning then, selling away, £30 online now, coming in at 30, at 30, at 30, looking for 32. Do we see £32 anywhere? He's a fantastic little toy, this, at £32 now, at 32, at 32, at £32 online, at £32, selling away, at 30, 35 now, at 35, 38's the next bid. Do we see £38 anywhere? At 35. Fair warning, gavel's coming down at £35, 38, 40, 42, flurry of bids there at £42, at 42, at 42, are we all done then? At £42, get your bids in quickly please, at £42, gavel's coming down, sold, £42, to buy at 714. Lot number 216, bidding straight in for this cracking model here at £32, 38, £38 online, at £38, at £38 on Easy Live at 38, at 38, at £38, we're all done then. 42, £42 on the sale room at 42, at £42, 45, that's the way to do it, Claire, at £45 on the sale room, at 48 now, at 48, 8's the bid, at £48, £48 there. At £48. Any advance, Claire? Pushing for a bid. At £48. Fair warning then. At £48. Selling it away. Sold. £48 to
SR 135700.
135,700. Lovely. Lot number 217. Bidding straight in at £65. 65. At 65. Any advance? At £65. At
75.
80, at 80 now, at 80, at 80, at 80, at 80, at £80, at 80, at £80, online at 80, at 80, at 80, we're having a giggle down there, at £80, any advance at 80, selling away then, at £80, on Easy Live at 80, and a sold, 6, 4, guys, just chill out, just take a load off. Alright then, bidding straight in for lot number 218 at £22, 22's the bid, any advance at 22, any advance at 22, we have 22 online, at 28 now, at 28, 30, at 30, at 30, 32 now, at £32, at 32, 32's the bid, at 32, at £32, any advance, 35 now, at £35, 38 now, at 38, too late Claire, gotta be quicker than that, Claire. Revert back to point. Having a little teething issues with the class here. £40 on the Sarab at 40, at 40, at 40 then, at 40, any advance, at 40. Fair warning, selling away for the collection of models here at £40 and a sold 40 to
SR 1890298.
lot number 219, bidding straight in at £75, at 75, at 75, any advance at 75, do we see 80? Claire, any advance? 80 we have now, online, at 80, on Easy Live at £80, at 80, at 80, do we see £85 anywhere? At 80. Oh, we're all done then, at £80, selling away, at £80, that is sold, £80 to buy at 648. Lot number 220,
65.
we've got 95, we've got 100, well ahead of you over here Claire, at £100, 110 now, at 110, at 110, at 110, at £110 on Easy Live at 110. Claire, you're coming back in at 120, at 110. Sarah, where's your bids? At 110, 120 now on Easy Live at 120, at 120, at £120. We all done at 120, 130, 140, at £140 now, at 140, at 140. Fair warning then, at £140 on Easy Live. That is sold. 140. That wakes you up, doesn't it? Yeah. Keeping you on your toes over here. At lot 221. Any interest at 40? £10. We'll take 10. That's the way to start. At £10, look for 12. Do you see £12 anywhere? At 10. At 10. At £10. At £10. Any advance at 10? At £10. Revert to room. Bidding in on Easy Live at 12 now. Are we sorted? 15 at £15 now. At 15. At 15 on the serum. At £15. 18 is the next bid. Do we see £18 anywhere? At 15. At £15 now. At 15. Selling away then. At £15. That is sold. £15 to.
SR 1684694.
Thank you. Lot number 222. All the twos here. Starting off at £40.
10.
£10, all right then, at £10, at 10, at £10, at £10, 12's the next bid. Do we see £12 anywhere? Any advance? Any advance? Any advance? At £10, 12 with you, sir. Your bid at 12, sir. Your bid taken in the room at £12. Are we all done then? At £12 with you, sir. Fair warning, 15 against you. 18 you have, sir. Your bid at 18. Room bidding at £18. At 18 with you, sir. At 18, at 18, at £18. Fair warning then at £18. Yours, sir, £18. Buy up. Sorry, sir. Sir,
214.
214. Thank you. Lot number 223. Easy live bid. Taking me straight in. Sarah's blown it out of the water at £160. At 160. At 170 now. On easy live at 170. At 170. At 170. At £170 now. Online at 170. Any advance at 170. Fair warning then. Selling away at 180. At 180. 190. At 190. Do we see 200? Do we see 200? Any advance at 190? 200, yes there is. An advance of 200 here at £200 on Easy Live. At 200, at £200, at £200. Fair warning, at £200. Gavel's coming down. No, it's not. At 220 now. At 220, at 220, at £220. Fair warning, at £220. That was after the hammer. That came down after the hammer. 220. It was sold for 220 to the previous bidder. There we are, buyer 711. Thank you very much for £220. Lot number 224, bidding straight in at £40. At 40, at 40, at 40, at 40. Do we see £42 anywhere? At 40, 42 is the next bid. Any advance then? At £40. Fair warning. Sold, 40. To buyer 584. Lot number 225, bidding straight in at £75. At 75, 80 is the next bid. Do we see 80? Do we see 80? Do we see 80? £80 with the serum. Serum bidding with Claire at 80. 85 against you, Claire. You're coming back in at 90. At 85. At 85. At £85 on Easy Live at 85. Any advance at 85? We all done then? At £85. Fair warning at 85. Sold. £85 to 602. Lovely. Lot number 226, bidding straight in at £42. 45 is the next bid. Do we see £45 anywhere? Looking for 45 at 42, at 42, at 42.
48.
48, at £48 then, at 48. On the Sarah for 48. At 55 now, at 55, at 60, at 60, at 65 on Easy Life, 70.
65. Easy Life. Oh, Easy Life. Oh, yeah.
At £65 on Easy Life, at 65.
17.
70 with the serum, serum bidding at £70. At 70, at 70, at £70 then, at 70. Are we all done then? At £70, fair warning. Sold. £70 to.
SR 1890298.
Thank you. Lot number 227, bidding straight in at £85. At 85, at 85. Any advance at 85? We have 85 on Easy Live at 85. 90 is the next bid. Do we see 90? Do we see 90? At £85. At 85. At 85. At £85. Selling away at 85. Sold. £85 to 602. Lot number 228. Bidding straight in at £75. At 75.
80.
At 80, at 85 now, at 85, at 85 on Easy Live, at 85, at £85 on Easy Live. Are we all done then? At 85, run out of steam, at £85. Any advance at £85. Sold, 85 to 602, same bar as last. Lot number 229, bidding straight in at 140, at 140, at £140, at 140, at 140. At 140, we all done then, at 140, any advance at 140, sold, 140, to buy at 633, lot number 230, Cracking model this. Bidding straight in at £42, at 42, at 42, 45 is the next bid. Do we see £45 anyway? At £42, at 42, at 42, at 42. Are we all done then? At 42, it's a gift. At 42, 45 then, at 48 now. 48 online at £48, at £48, at 48, 50 is the next bid. Do we see 50? Do we see 50? Do we see 50? Fair warning then, at £48, 50 on the serum at 50, 55 against you. Back on these live at 55, at £55. Fair warning then, at £55, the gavel's going down at 55. Sold. £55 to buy 633.
You can wear earmuffs. It's really loud.
Lot number 200, sorry, 300, 231. Lot 231. Lot 231 then. Start me off at 80. At 80. At £80. Looking for 80. At £80. Do we see 80? Do we see 80? Do we see 80? 40 then. At 40. At 40. At 40 then. 40 is a bid. At 40. At 40. 42 now. At £42. Looking for 45. Do you see £45 anyway? At 45 now. At 45 online. On easy at 45. 48 is a bid. At 48. At £48 now. 50 is the next bid. Do we see £50 anyway? At 48. At 48. At 50 now. At 50. Bidding's in at £50 online at 50, at 50, at £50, at 55 now. 55 is bid on easy like looking for the 60. Do you see 60? 6 no, at 60, at 60, at 60 then. At £60, online at 60, 65 now. At £65 on easy like 70 is the next bid. Do we see £70 anywhere? At 65, at £65, at £65. Are we all done? At £65. That is sold 65 to buy 645. Thank you. Lot number 232, bidding straight in at £32. At 32, at 32, at £32. Looking for 35. Do you see £35 anywhere? Yes, we do. 40 now. At 40, at 40, at 40, at £40. Any advance at 40? At £40 then. Are we all done? At 40. At £40 then. Selling it away at £40. Sold. £40 to buy 645. Thank you. Lot number 233. Start me off at £300. At £300. Do we see 300? At £300. At 300. At £300. Looking for 300. 200 then. Looking for 200. Do we see £200 anywhere? Do we see 200? Do we see 200? Do we see £200 anywhere? 150 then. At 150, looking for 150. Any interest at 150? Do we see 150? Do we see 150? Do we see £150 anywhere? Fair warning then, it will remain with us at £150. See us after. Lot number 234. £80, looking for 80. Looking for 80. Do we see 80? Looking for 80. Any interest at £80? Do we see £80 anywhere? Looking for 80. Do we see 80? At 70 then, at 70, let's try 70. Any interest at 70? As low as I can go, at 70. Won't go any lower, at £70. Fair warning then, at £70, if you can get no bids, just remain with us. Passed. Lot number 235, stop off at 50. Do we see 50? Do we see 50? Looking for 50. British Rail outfit here, £50. Do we see 50? Do we see 50? £25 then. Do we see £25 anywhere? Looking for 25. Any interest at £25? 25 you have now online at 25. 28 is the next bid. Do we see £28 anywhere? At £25. At 25. At 25. At £25 and selling away at £25. Sold. £25 to buy 648. Lot number 236. £100 anywhere. Do we see 100? Looking for 100. Any interest at 100? Looking for 100. 90 then. As low as I'll go at 90. At 90. At 90. Looking for 90. Do we see 90? In the room or online at 90. Any interest at 90. At £90. Looking for 90. Fair warning then, at £90 this will remain with us. Lot number 237. Start me off at 60. Do we see 60? Looking for 60. Do we see £60 anywhere? Looking for 60. £55 then. If that helps at 55. Do we see £55 anywhere? At 55. Looking for 55. Any interest at 55? Any bids at 55? Any interest online or in the room at 55? Fair warning then, at £55 this will remain with us. Lot number 238, bidding straight in at £60, at 60, at 60, at £60. Do we see £65 anywhere? At 65 is the next bid, at £60, at 60, 65 now, at 70, at 70, 75, at £75, at 75, at 75, at £75. Do we see 80? At 90 now, at 90. At £90, online at 90, 95 now, at 95, £100, 110 is the next bid. Do we see 110? Do we see 110? Yes, we do. With Claire on the serum at 110, 120 against you, coming back in at 130, at 120, 130, 140, at 140 now, at £140, at 140, at 140, 150 now, on the serum at 150, at 150, 160 against you, Claire. On ease at 160. At 160, at £160, at 170 with the serum at £170, at 170. At £170, we all done then. Run out of steam at 170, 180, no we haven't. At 180, at 180, at 180. At £180, 190 now. At 190 with the serum bidding. At 190, at 190, at 190. Are we all done then? At £190, fair warning, at 190. So, 190.
SR 224950.
Thank you very much. Lot number 239, bidding straight in at £75. At 75, looking for the 80. Do we see 80? Do we see 80 at 75? At 75, at £75. At £75, 85 now. At 85, at 85, at 85. 140, it's running away with me at 140, at 140, at 140, at 140, 150 now. At £150 on easy live at 150, at 150, at £150. We all done then? At 150. Fair warning then, at £150. So 150 to buyer 645. Thank you very much. Lot number 240 then. Start me off at 60. Do you see 60?
40.
We need 55 at least. Looking for 55. 50 with me, looking for 55. 50 with me, looking for 55. Do you see £55 anyway? 55, bid taken, online at 55, at £55 on the serum, at 60 now, at 60, at 60, at 60, 65, bid taken, your bid on the serum at £65, 70 against you, on easy live at 70, looking, 75 on the serum at 70, 80 now, on easy live, 85 on the serum bidding at 85, 90 now, on easy live, do we see 95? Yes we do, bid, 95, 100 now, at 100, at 100, at 110, at 110 now, at 110, 120 is the next bid, do we see £120 anywhere? At 110, at 110 then, at £110 on the sale room, at 110, 120 against the sale room, on easy live. Easy live bidding at 120, at 120, at 120. Do we see 130? Any advance at 120? Fair warning then, at £120, selling it away at 120. Sold 120 to buyer 645. Lot number 241. Bidding with me at 50. My bid at 50, at 50, at 50. Looking for 55. Do you see £55 anywhere? At 50 with me. With me at 50. With me at 50. On the books at 50. Do we see £55 anywhere? Do we see £55 anywhere? 55, yes we do. You're through at £55. At £55 now. 60 is the next bid. Do we see £60 anywhere? Any advance at £55? At 55. At 55 then. At £55. We're all done then. Wrapping up and selling away at £55. Sold 55 to 645. Lot number 242, my bid at £50, £50 with me, at £50 with me, at 50, at 50, at £50, my bid at 50, it's my bid at £50, 55, you're through at £55 online at 55, at £55, do we see 60, any advance at £55, at 55, at 60 now, at 60, 65 is the next bid, do we see 65, yes we do, online at 65, at £65 then, at £65, any advance at 65, on easy life at £65, fair warning, and a sold £65 to buy at 645. Lot number 243. A comprehensive collection of O-gauge track. Start me off then at £50. At £50. At £50. Looking for 50. Do we see 50? 25 then. At £25. Do we see £25 anywhere? Looking for 25. Looking for 25. Someone's just bought a lot of trains. You might need some track with that, sir. At £25. Looking for £25. Do we see £25 anywhere? Fair warning then, at £25. That lot has passed. Lot 244. Start me off. My bid at £50. With me at 50. With me at 50. With me at 50. Looking for 55. Do you see £55 anywhere? With me at £50. No. My bid, Kelly. My bid at 50.
Yeah, is that right?
No, my bid at 50. 60, we'll take it. At £60 then. At 60. At 60. 65 then. At £65 online then. At 60. At £65. 70 now. At £70 on Easy Love at 70. At 70. At 70 then. At £70. At £70 online at 70. Selling the way at £70. That is sold. £70 to 645. Thank you very much. Lot 245. Bidding straight in at 60. At £60. Straight in at 60. Do we see £65 anywhere? Any advance at 60? At 60. At 60. At 60. At 65 now. At £65 online at 65. Do we see 70? Any advance at 65? At £65. Selling away at £65. Sold. £65 to buy at 645. Lot number 264. Bidding straight in at £40. 42 is the next bid. Do we see £42 anywhere? Yes, we do. Online at 42. 45 is the next bid. Any advance at 42? At 42. At 42. At £42. Selling it away at 42. Bid there on Sarah, was that a bid there? 45 there. Thank you very much at £45. Sarah bidding 48 straight back at you. At £48 on Easy Live. Do we see 40? Do we see 50? At £50 now. Thank you. 60. At 60. At £60 now. At 60. Any advance at 60? Do we see £65 anywhere? 70. Yes, we do. At £75. At £75. At 75 on Easy Live at 70. At 80 now. At 80. At 80. At 80. At £80 on Easy Live. At 80. At 85 now. At 90. At the 90. At 90. At £90. At 95 now. 100 at £100. At 100. At £100. At 100. Any advance at 100. At £100. 110 now. At 110. 120. At 120. At 120. Do we see 130? Any advance at 120? At 120. At 120. Fair warning then, at £120 on Easy Live at 120. Fair warning, 130 just for the gavel at 140 now. Straight back in at 140. Do we see 150? Any advance at 140? At 140. At 140. At 140. Fair warning then, at 140. The gavel's going down at 140. Sold, 140. To buy at 645. Lot number 247, sorry. Lot number 247. Start me off at £25. Do we see £25 anywhere? Looking for 25. Do we see £25 anywhere? Looking for 25. 25 straight in, bidding at £25. 28's the next bid. 28 we have at £28 at 30 now. At 30, at 30, 32. At £32, at £32, at 32. Any advance at £32. 35 now. At 35 on Easy Live. 38 now, 38, all happening on Easy Live at 40, at 40, 42, at £42, at 48 now, at 48, at £48, 50 is the next bid, and 50 we've taken, at 55 now, at £55, at £55 online, at the 60, at 60, 65 on Easy Live now, at £65, at £65, at 65, at 65, 70, at 70, at 70, at 70, any advance at 70, £75 now, at £75, at £75, 80 is the next bid. Do we see 80? Do we see 80? Do we see 80? At £75 then, selling it away at £75, 80 now, just for the gavel, at £80, at 80, at 80, at 80, any advance at 80. Fair warning then, at £80, and sold. 80 to buy at 584. Lot number 248, bidding with me at £50, my bid at 50, my bid at 50. My bid at £50, with me at 50. 55 with you, sir. Room bid at 55. Room bid taken at £55. Your bid, sir. In the room at 55. Any advance at 55. Your bid, sir. At 55. 65 against you. 70 would you like? 70 you have, sir. Your bid at 70. At £70 online. In the room at 70. My apologies. In the room at 70. At £70. At 70. At 70. Any advance at 70. Fair warning. Selling away, sir. Your bid at £70. By 151. £70, thank you. Lot number 249. My bid at £50. That's the way to do it, Claire. £110. At 110. At 110. At £110. 120 against you on the serum at 120. At 120. At 120. At £120 on Easy Live. At 120. At 120. At 120. Sale room. Are you coming back in at 130? At £120. Any interest in the room? Any further interest online? Selling away then at £120 online. Sold 120 to buy at 648. Lot number 250. Bidding with me at £50 on my book at 50. At £50 then. Online with me at 50. With me at 50. Looking for 55. At £55 then. Internet's through at 55. Next bid 60. Do we see 60? At 55 then. At £55. At £55. At £55. We all done then. Online at 55. Fair warning, selling it away at £55. Sold £55 to buy at 645. Lot number 251, bidding in at 150. At 150. At £150 then. At 150.
160.
160. 170 against you, Claire. Are you coming back in at 180?
180.
180. 190 against you.
200.
220 against you.
It's getting off.
At £220 on Easy Live at 220. At 220. Are we all done then? At 220. Any advance at 220? Fair warning. Sold 220 to buy at 592. Lot 52. Sorry, lot 252. Bidding. Interest on my commission has been wiped out by the Easy Live bid. Online of £40. We're at 40, at 40. 42 is the next bid. Do we see £42 anywhere? Yes, we have at 45 now. At 45, 48 do we see? At £45, at 45, at £45, at 50, at 50, at 5 and 0 at 50, at 50, at 50. Any advance at 50? At 60 now. At £60, at 60. Are we all done then? At £60? 65, no we're not. At 65 on Easy Live at 65. Are we all done then? At £65. Any advance in the room or any advance online? At £65, selling it away at 65. Sold £65 to buy at 752. Lot number 253. My bid at 70. My bid at 70. Looking for 75. Do we see £75 anywhere? With me at 70. With me at 70. Looking for 75. Any advance at 70? Any advance at 70? Do we see £70 any? Sorry, £75 anywhere? At £70 with me. Remain with me. 75 on the sale room. Sale room bidding at £75. 80 now against you. At £80 online. At 80. At £80 on Easy Live. At 80. At £80. At 80. At 80 then. At 80. At 80. We're all done. At £80. Selling it away at £80. Fair warning. Sold £80 to buy at 645. Lot number 254. My bid at 70. My bid at 70. My bid at 70. At 70 with me. 75 online, straight in at 75. I'm out at 75. Online bidding at £75. Any advance at 75? We all done then at £75. So me coming in at the 80 at 75 with me, at 75 on Easy Live. Sorry, at 75. Fair warning. So 75 to buy at 645. Lot number 255. My bid at £85. With me at 85. With me at £85. With me at 85. Next bid's 90. Do we see 90? Do we see 90? Do we see 90? Any advance at 85? Looking for 90. Sale room, Easy Live. You coming in at 90? Any interest in the room? Any interest online? At £85, this will remain with us. Fair warning. That lot is passed. Lot number 256, bidding straight in at £48, looking for 50. Do we see 50? At 48, at £48, at 48, at £48. Any advance at £48? I can and I will sell at £48. Fair warning. 55, just before the gavel at £55 then. At 55, at 55 then. At £55. Are we all done? Wrapping up and selling it away at £55. 60, no we're not. At £60, at 60, at 60, at £60, at 60, at 60 then, at £60, we all done at 60, fair warning. Sold £60 to buy at 6. Lot 257, bidding straight in at £75. This collection here at 75, looking for 80. Do we see 80? Do we see 80 at £75? At 75, at 75, at £75 on Easy Life. Any advance? 80 now. At £80, at 80, at 80, at 80 then, at £80, at 80, 85 now, at £85 on Easy Life. Are we all done? At 80, at £85, at £85, at £85, at £85. Are we all done? At 90 now. No, we're not, Kelly. We're not done at 90. At 90. Any advance at 90? At 90 then. At 90. At 90. Selling it away then. At £90. That is sold for £90. 6 or 5. Take a little sip of water. All right, lot number 258. Start me off at 50. Do we see 50? Do we see 50? At 50. Looking for 50. Do we see 50? Do we see 50? Do we see 50? £25 then. It's a gift at 25. At £25. Looking for 25. At 25 we have. At £25 online now. At 25. Looking for 28. Do we see £28 anywhere? At 25. At 25. At 25. At 25. Fair warning then. At £25. Selling it away at 25. £25 to buy 645. Lot number 259. Bidding straight in at 180. At £180. At 180. At 180. At 180. At 190 now. At 190. 200. At 200. At 200. At 200. 220. At £220 on the sale room. At 220. At 220. At 220. Any advance at 220. Fair warning then. Selling it away at £220. That's sold 220 to
SR 1212775.
1212775. Thank you. Lot 260. Straight in at £40, at 40, at 40, at £40, at 40, at 40 then, at 40, at £40, 42 now, at £42, at £42, at 42, at £42, any advance at £42, on Easy Life at £42, any further bidding at £42, I can and I will sell at £42, sold £42 to buyer 645, lot number 261. It is £70 with me at 70, with me at 70, with me at £70, with me at 70, with me at 70. Do we see £75 anywhere? Yes, we do, at £75 now, online at 75, at £75, at 75, at £75, at 75. Fair warning, selling it away at £75, sold. £75 to buy 645. Lot number 262. My bid at 90. At 90 with me. At 90 with me. At £90 with me. With me at 90. With me at 90. With me at 90. Looking for 95. Do you see £95 anywhere? With me at 90. At 90. At 90. Any advance at 90. Fair warning at 95 now. At £95 online at 95. Looking for the 100. Do we see 100? Do we see 100? Any advance at 95? Selling it away then at £95. Sold £95 to buy 645. Lot number 263. Bidding straight in at £80. At £80. At £80. At 90. At 100. At 110 now. At £110. At 110. At 110. At £110 then. At 110. At £110. On Easy Life at 110. Any advance at 110. Fair warning. Sold £110 to buy at 645. Lot number 264, bidding straight in at £40, at 40, at £40, then, at 40, at £40, at 40, 45 now, at 50, at 60, at 65 then, at £65, at 65, at 65, at £65. Any advance at £65. Fair warning then, selling it away at 60, 70, at 75. Got to be quicker than that, Claire. At £75, at 75, 80, at 80 now, at 80, at 80. Any advance? At 85 now, at 80, at 90 now, at £90, £90 online, and on Easy Life at 95 now. 100 and £100, at £100 online at 100, at 100, at £100. Any advance at 100, 110 now, at 110, at 120, at 120, at 120, at 120. 130 is next bid. Do we see £130 anywhere? At 120, fair warning. Sold £120 to buy at 645. Lot number 265. My bid. My bid at 85. My bid at £85. At 85 with me. At £85 with me. Any advance? At £85 with me. At 85, at £85, at 85, any advance, at £85. The Duke of York clockwork model. fantastic piece at £85. Looking for the 90. Do we see 90? Do we see 90? It will remain with us at £85. That one has passed.
Yeah, which one is what percent?
Swapping around, changing teams here.
Yeah. You're with.
Yeah.
Great.
Lot 266, bidding straight in, knocking out the commission bid at £160, at 160, at 160, at 160, 170 with you, James, at £170 on the serum, 180 against you. Are you coming back in at 190? At 180, at 180, at 180, at £180, at 180.
Yes.
190 now on the serum, at £190, at 190. 200 now, at 200, at £200, at £200 on the seller room, at 200. Are we all done then? Wrapping up and selling away at £200. Fair warning. That is sold. £200. 2 by 6, 4, 5. Thank you. Lot 267. My bid at £65. My bid at 65. My bid at £65. At £65 with me at 65. At £65 with me. At £65. Do we see 70? Any advance at 65? At 65. At 65. This will remain with us at £65. We can get no interest. At 70 now. At £70. I'm out. At 70. At 70. At 70. 75 now. At £75. Looking for the 80. Do we see 80? At £75 then. At £75. At 75. At 75. Selling it away then at £75. Sold. £75 by 705. Lot number 268, bidding straight in at £60. At £60, ladies and gents. At 70 now. At 70. At 70. At 70. At 70. 75 now. At 75. At £75. At 80. Thank you, James. At £80. At £80. 85 against you, James. At 85 on Easy Live. At 85. At 85. At £85 then. Are we all done then? At £85. No, we're not. At £90 now. 95 against you, James. On Easy Live at 95. Sale room. Are you coming back in at the 100? Do we see 100? 100 at 100. 110. Straight back at you, James. At 110 now. At 110. At £110. At 110. Do we see 120? Any advance at 110? At 110 then. Gavel's coming down at 110. Fair warning. 110 by 734. Thank you. Lot number 269, bidding straight in at £10. At £10. 12, 15, 18, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50, 55, 60, 70, 80, at 80, at 80, 90, at 90, at 100, at 100, at 110, at £110, at 110, at 110, at 120 now, at 120, at 120, any advance at 120, at 130 now, at 130, at 130, at 130, at 130, at £130, we're all done at 130, selling it away at 130. Sold. 130, 2 by 6, 4, 5. People done. Alright then, lot number 270. My bid at £65. At £65 with me. At 65. At £65 with me. At 65. 70. At 70 now. At £70 online. 75. At £75 I'm out. At 75. At £75. At 75. Do we see 80? Do we see 80? Any advance at £75? We're all done then. Wrapping up and selling away at £75. Fair warning. 80 now. 80. At 80. At £80. At 80. Looking for 85. Do you see £85 anywhere? At 80. At 80. Any advance? At 80. Fair warning. Gavel's coming down. At £80. 85. No, it's not. At £85. At £85 now. At £85. At 85. At 85. At £85. Fair warning. That is sold. £85. 2 by 6, 4, 5. Thank you. Lot number 271. Bidding straight in at £60. 85 now. At 85. At £85. At 85. At 85. At £85. At 85. Any advance at 85? Are we all done then? Wrapping up and selling them away at £85. Fair warning at 85. Sold. £85. 2 by 6, 4, 5. Lot number 272. Starting me off, bidding straight in on Easy Life at 70, at 70, at 70 pounds. Do we see 75 pounds anywhere? At 70, at 70 pounds, at 75, 75 now, at 75, at 75. We all done then. Wrapping up at 75. Ran out of steam at 75 pounds, at 75. We all done then. Fair warning at 75 pounds. Sold. 75 to buy 6 4 5. Lot number 273. My bid at 65 pounds. My bid at 65. My bid at 65 pounds. 70. I'm out at 70. At 70 pounds. At 70. At 70 pounds. At 70. At 70 pounds. Any advance at 70 pounds. We all done then. At 75 now. At 75 pounds. At 80. At 80. At 80 pounds. At 80. Any advance at 80 pounds. Are we all done? At 80 pounds. Fair warning. Gavel's coming down. At 80 pounds. 85, just before the hammer. At 90 now. At 90. At 90. At 90. At 95. At 95. Do we see 100? At 100 at 100 pounds now. At 100 pounds. Do we see 110? Any advance? At 100. At 100. 110 now. At 120. At 120. At 120 pounds. At 120. Do we see 130? Any advance? At 120. Fair warning then. At 120 pounds. Sold. 120 to buy 617. Thank you. Lot 271.
4.
4. 274. My apologies. Don't know where the one came from there.
Good number blind.
You're just completely blind, I think. Lot 275. So 4. That wasn't actually on top. 274. My bid straight in at 65 pounds. At 65. At 65. 70. You're through at 70 pounds. At 70. At 70. At 70. At 70. Do we see 75 pounds anywhere? Any interest at 75? We have a bid of 70. Looking for 75. Fair warning then, I can and I will sell at 70 pounds. 70 pounds to buy at 645. Lot number 275. Bidding straight in at 32 pounds, at 32, at 32 pounds, at 32 pounds, at 32, at 32 pounds, at 32. Are we all done at 35 now? At 35, 38's next bid. Do we see 38 pounds anywhere? At 38 now, at 38, at 38 pounds, at 38 pounds. At 30, at 40 now, at 40, at 40. Do we see 42 pounds anywhere? At 40, at 40, at 40 pounds then, selling away at 42 now, at 42 pounds, at 45 now, at 45 pounds, at 45 pounds then, at 45, at 45, at 45 pounds. Are we all done then? Wrapping up and selling away at 45 pounds. 45 to 75.
705.
Yeah, 75. Lot 276. Got that one right. Bidding straight in at 150. At 150. At 150. At 150. At any advance at 150. At 150. At 150. At 150. At 150. At 150 pounds. We all done then. At 150 pounds. Sold for 150. To buy, what was buying up?
That was 620.
620. Thank you
Sorry,
very much.
sorry about that.
It's okay. That's fine. Lot 277. Bidding straight in. £400 at 400. At 400 pounds. At 400. 420 is the next bid. Do we see 420? At 400 pounds. At 400. At 400 pounds. What a Christmas present this would make, ladies and gents. At 400 pounds. At 400. At 400. At 400 pounds then. I can and I will sell at 400 pounds. Fair warning. Gavel's down at 400 to buy 620. Lot 278. Bidding straight in at 460. At 460. 500. At 500 pounds. At 500. At 600 now. At 600 pounds. At 600. At 700 now. At 700 pounds. At 700. At 700. At 800 pounds now. At 800 pounds. At 800 pounds. Any advance at 800. 850 is the next bid. Do we see 850 pounds anywhere? At 800 pounds. At 800 pounds. Are we all done then? Wrapping up and selling up. No, we're not. At 900 pounds now. At 900. At 900. At 900 pounds. At 900 pounds. At 900 pounds. The gavel's coming down at 900. Fair warning. That is sold for £900 to buyer 620. Thank you. Lot 279, the big one here, ladies and gents, bidding straight in at £1,300. At 1,300. At £1,300. At 1,300. 1,400 is the next bid. At 1,300. At 1,300. Any further interest? At 1,300. I can and I will sell at 1,300. Fair warning. Sold £1,300 to buy 620. Lot number 280. The GWR train nameplate Port Sports Express. Start me off at £80. Do we see 80? Do we see 80 for this? Looking for 80. Do we see 80? Do we see 80? Fantastic piece at 80. At 80. £40 then. I will go no lower. Fair warning, if we can get no interest at 40, this will remain with us. That lot has passed. Lot 281 bidding straight in at 190, at 190, at 190, at 190. Any advance at 190, 200 next bid, 220 now, at 220, at 260, at 300, at £300 now, at £300, at £300, at £300 on Easy Life, at 300, 320 is the next bid, 340, 380, at 380, at £380 then, at 380, at 380, at 380. Are we all done? Wrapping up and selling it away at £380. Sold 380 to buy 654. Lot number 282. Start me off at £30. At 30. At 30. Looking for 30. Do we see 30? Do we see 30? Do we see £30? £10 were taken. At 10. 10's the bid. At £10. £12 the next bid. Do we see £12 anywhere? At 10. At 10. At £10. I can and will sell to our main bidder on the sale room at £10. Sold. £10 to SR.
151 1343.
Thank you, James. Lot 283. Start me off at £10. Do we see £10 anywhere? Looking for 10. Do we see £10 anywhere? Looking for 10. Do we see 10? Do we see £10 anywhere? At £10. Fair warning then, this will remain with us at £10. That lot has passed. Lot number 284. Interest on commission taking us to £12 with me on commission, with me at 12, with me at 12, at £12 with me, at £12 with me on commission, any advance at £12, 15, 18 with me, 20 would you like, sir? 20 you have, 22 with me, 25 would you like, sir? 25, 28, 30 with me at 30, on commission at £30. So are you sure one more bid could do it? Shake the head, at £30 then, with me at 30, fair warning, on commission, selling away at 30, sold £30 to CT686. Lot 285 bidding straight in at £100 on commission.
550 and so.
£550 on the serum, James. Thank you very much. On serum at 550. At £550. At 550. At 550, wiping the commission bid out at 550. Any advance at 550. Are we all done at 550? Serum, any further interest at £550? Selling it away at 550. Sold 550.
126 0790.
Thank you, Serum, for that.
0790.
Lot 286. Start me off at £200. Do we see 200? £200. Looking for 200. £200. 150 then. Looking for 150. Do we see 150? Do we see £150 anywhere? Looking for 150. 150's bid. Online at 150. Looking for 160. Do we see 160? At £150. At 150. At 150. At 150. At £150 then. Any advance at 150. Selling it away at 150. Sold 150 to buy 622. Lot number 287. Start me off at £50. At £50. At 50. At 50. 40 is taken. At £40 on the sale room. At £40. At £40. At 42 now. At 45. At 45. At £45. At 48 now. At 48. At £48. At 50. Back where we began. At 50. At 55 now. At 55. At £55 then. At £55. at 55. We're all done. At 60 now. At 65. At 65 pounds then. At 65. Room bid, sir. 70 with you, sir. Your bid at 70. Taken in the room at 70. 75 against you. 80 would you like? 80 you have, sir. Your bid at 80. 85 against you. 90 would you like? 90 you have, sir. Your bid at 90. At 90 pounds. 95 against you. 100 like? 100 with you, sir. At 100 with you now, sir. 100 pounds in the room at 100. Are we all done then? At 100. At 110 against you. 120. Shake your head at 120. We'll go back to the room bid. Yeah. Online at 110. Online at 110 pounds. 110. Easy Life bids through at 110 pounds. Are we all done? Selling it away at 110 pounds. Sold. 110 to buy 535. Thank you. Lot 288. Bidding straight in at 10 pounds. At 10 pounds. Looking for 12. Do you see 12 pounds anyway? At 10 pounds. Good local home this at 10 pounds. At 10 pounds. At 10 pounds. Looking for 12. 12 we have. Online at 12. Do we see 15 pounds anywhere? At 12. At 12. Any advance at 12 pounds. 15 is the next bid. Come on, folks. At 12 pounds. At 12 pounds. Any advance at 12 pounds. Selling it away then at 12 pounds. Sold. 12 pounds. 2 by 740. Lot number 289. I've got interest on my books at £130. With me at 130. With me at 130. Sorry, sir. That's my commission at 130. Looking for 140. Do we see £140 anywhere? At 130. At £130. 140 with you, sir. Room bid at 140. Room bid at 140. At 140 with you, sir. At the back at 140. Looking for 150. Do we see £150 anywhere? At 140. At 140. At 140. Fair warning then, sir. Your bid at £140. Sold. 249. 140. Thank you. Lot number 290. Bidding straight in at £12. At 12. At £12. At 18 now. At £18. At £18. At 20. At 20. At 20. At £20 then. At 20. At 20.
22.
At £22 now. At 22 on the serum. Sale room bidding at 25 now on Easy Live. At £25 on Easy Live. At 28 on the sale room now. Sale room bidding at £28. At 28. At £28 I can and I will sell at £28. Fair warning. At 30, just for the gavel, at 30, at 30, at 30, at 30, at 32 then, at £32 now, at £32. At £32 on the sale room, at £32. 35 against the sale room now. Online at 35, on Easy Live 35, 38 then. Sale room bidding at £38. At 40 now, at 40, at 40, at £40 then, at 40. Are we all done? Wrapping up and selling away. Gavel's coming down. At £40, sale room last chance. And sold at £40 to buy at 635. Lot number 291, bidding straight in at £10, looking for 12. Do you see £12 anyway? Yes, we do. At £12, 15 is the next bid. You have 12, looking for 15. Are we all done then? At £12, I can and I will sell to our bid at £12 on Easy Live. Fair warning.
Oh, okay.
That's £12.
Yeah.
Came off the hammer. Oh, it's 18 now. It's 15. What was it?
It was 12.
It was 12. It was 12. By 622. Got to be quicker than that, Easy Live, unfortunately. Lot 292. Start me off at £80. These rather fabulous figures here at £80. Great fun. At £80. At 80. At 80. At 80. At £80. At £80. At £80. 60 then. Let's try it at 60. At 60. At £60. We see £60 anywhere. 60 with you, sir. Your bid, sir. At 60. At £60 with you, sir. Room bidding at 60. Your bid, sir. At £60. We're all done then. Wrapping up and selling away at £60. Are we in Australia, sir? Turn upside down, please. Thank you. 214. £60. Lot 293. I've got interest on commission, taking us to £50 with me on the books at 50, at 50, at 50, at 50, at 50 with me. Any interest at 50? Any further bidding at 55, 60 now. Commission's out at 60, at £60, at £60, at 70, at 65 now. Got to be quicker than that, James. At £65 then, at 65, at 70. Sale room is through at £70. Sale room bidding at £70, at 70, at 70, at 75, 80, at 80 now, at £80, at 80, at 80, at £80, £80 for the Sonos speakers, at 85, 90, at 90. Is that not a 90 bid? 90.
Right, that's fit.
At 90, at 95 now. At £95 then. At 95. At 100. 100 with you, James. At £100. At 100. At 100. At £100 then. Fair warning. At £100. That's sold. 100. to buyer.
SR 375524.
Thank you, James. Lot number 294. Start me off at £40. Looking for 40. Do we see 40? Do we see 40? Do we see 40? £10 then. Looking for 10. Do we see £10 anywhere? Looking for 10. Good collection of records here. £10. Do we see £10 with you, James? With £10 on the sale room. Sale room bidding at £10. At £10. At £10. At £10 then. Fair warning. Selling it away at £10. £10 to SR.
122840.
Thank you. Lot number 295, bidding straight in at £10. At £10 then, at 10. At £28. 30 is the next bid. At 30 we have. At £30 now. At 30. At 30. At 30. At 30. Do we see £32 anywhere? At £30. Fair warning then. At £30. To buy at 511. Lot number 296. Bidding straight in at 130, at 130, at £130 then, at 130, looking for 140, at 130, at 130, at 130, we all done then, selling up and wrapping away at £130, to buy 689, lot number 297, my bid at £70, £70 with me at 70, with me at 70. With me at 70, looking for 75. Do we see £75 anywhere? My bid at 70. My bid at £70. At £70. Any advance? 75 with you, sir. Your bid through at 75. I'm out at 75. Your bid, sir, at £75. Any advance then? At £75 to the fender. At £75. Selling it away. Or before the hammer, sir, I'm really sorry, I have to take that. £80 online. 85 would you like, sir? Yes, 85 with you, sir. Sorry about that. At 85, 90 against you now, sir. 95 would you like? Shake that at 95. Sale room, please bid quicker. At £90 then. At 90. At 90. At £90. Fair warning at 90. That is now sold. £90 to buy 553. Lot number 298. The collection of LPs and albums here. Start off at £50. 50. 40, bid taken at 40. 40 is the bid. At £40, at £40, at 40, at 40. 42 is the next bid. Do we see £42 anywhere? At 40 on the sale, at 40. 42 with you, sir. At 42 in the room at 40. In the room at 42, sir. In the room with you at £42. Your bid, sir, at £42. Any advance? 45 against you. 48 would you like, sir? 48 with you, sir. At £48 with you now, sir. At £48. Fair warning then. At £48. Gavel's coming down. 50. 50 against you, sir. 55 would you like? Your bid, sir, at £55, at 55, at £55 now, at £55, at £55. Are we all done then? At £55. That's all, sir. £55, and your number is 208. Thank you. Lot number 299. Start me off at £80. Do we see 80? Do we see 80? Do we see 80? 60. Bid taken at 60. Looking for 65. Do you see £65 anywhere? At 60. At 60. At 60. Any advance at 60. At £60, I can and I will sell at £60 and 5. 5's the bid on the serum at £65. At 70 now. At 70. 70's the bid. At £70 then. At 70. At 70. Looking for 75. Do you see any advance? At 70. At £70, I can sell at £70. Fair warning. £70 to
SR 1798564.
lot number 300. Bit of meatloaf in there as well. Some great records in there. Starting off at £80. At 80. At £80. Looking for 80. 60. Bid taken at 60. Looking for 65. Any advance at 60. At 60. At 60 then. At 60. At 60. At £60. Got Dar Straits as well. At 60. At £60, and I can and I will sell at 60.
5.
And 5. Bids taken at 65.
And 5.
And 5 at 70. And 5. And 75 now. At £75 then. At £75. At 75. At 75. At £75 then. At £75. Still below estimate at £75. It's a bargain at 75. Fair warning.
SR 1881868.
301. The Pink Floyd here. Ladies and gents. Cracking collection. What have we got?
110.
110 and worth that and everything else at £110. Cracking collection here of Pink Floyd at £110, at 110, at 110, at 110, at 110. Any advance at 110? at 110, on the sale room at £110, at 110, at 110, at £110 then, selling it away at 110.
Yes, yeah. So SR 1798564.
179,896. 896.
What number did you start?
Okay, my last lot of today, ladies and gents. Lot number 302, starting off at £40. Do we see £40 anywhere? Looking for 40. Do we see 40? Do we see 40? Any advance? Looking for 40. Do we see 40? Do we see 40? Do we see 40? Looking for 40. At £10 then. At 10. At 10. At £10 then. At £10. Do we see £10 anywhere? At £10. At £10. No interest at 10. At £10 online now. Maiden bid of £10 online. At £10 then. At 10. At 10. At 10. Any advance at £10. I can and I will sell. At £10. Fair warning. £10 to buy at 5. Sorry, 7, 5. What was that?
Oh, God,
Ready?
sorry.
Running away with it.
Sorry, 759.
759. Change of voice, switching over to Gordon Brockman, who I believe is taking us through to the end of the auction.
Well done, Will. Round of applause for Will.
Well,
Right, straight on then, the bar top Shakespeare, and I can start straight in on the sell room at £12. Do I see 15? At 12, 15 I'm looking for. At 12, 15 I'm looking for. 18 now, easy live 20 at £20 looking for 2. At £20 looking for 2, at £20 at 22. At 22 at 22, 25. At 25 at 25 looking for 8. Easy live at 25 looking for 8. At 25. At 25. At 25 and selling it away. 25 to 722. Lot 304, Whitbreads, there we go, start straight in, at £22, looking for 5, at 28 now, easy live at 28, 30 I'm looking for, at £28 at 30 now, looking for 2, at £30 looking for 2, at £30 at £30, at £30 at £30, selling it away, at 30, 722, lot 305, Guinness advertising items, there we go, starting at £30. At £30 at £30.
10.
At 10 I'll take at 10, look for 12. Sell route at £10. 12 I'm looking for. At £10. At 12 now, easy live at 12. 15 I'm looking for.
15.
At 15 now. At 15 sell room. 18 I'm looking for. At £15. At £15. At £15 and away. At 15 2.
SR 356573.
Thank you. Lot 306. There we go, and the tins, and we start at £15. At 15, 18 I'm looking for. Easy live at 15 at 20 now. Easy live at 20, looking for 2 at 25. At 25 at 25, looking for 8. At 28, 30 now. Easy live at 30, looking for 2. At £30 at 32, at 35. At 35 at 35, easy live at 35. At £35. At £35 at 38 now. At £38 with easy live at 38, 40 I'm looking for. At 38 at 38. At £38, selling it away. 38 to 758. Lot 307, local interest there. And start me at £80. At £80 at £80. At £80 at £80. At £80 at 40 then, half the estimate, no less. At £40 at £40. At £40 I'm looking for. At £40 at £40. At £40, no interest at 40. See us after. Lot 308. And we start with Easy Live at 35. I've got 38. At 38 on commission, at 40, 42 with me, at 42 with me, at 42 on commission, at 42 at 42, at 42 at 42, looking for 5, at 42 looking for 5, I'm selling it away on commission, at 42 to 686, lot 309, lot 309 I have 2 commission bids, and they take everybody out, and I have to start straight in at £40. At £40 at £40, looking for 2. At £40, at £40, looking for 2. At £40, at 42 now. At 45, 48 with me. At 48 on commission. At 48, 50 now. It's 50, at £50, 55 with me at 55. At 55, at 55, 60 now. At 65 with me. At 65, at 65, 70 I'm looking for. At £70, at 75 with me. At 75 on commission. At £80, 85 with me on commission. At 85, at 85. At 85, at 85, 90 I'm looking for. At £85, at £85, I'm selling it away at 85. 85 on commission to 8248. Lot 310, 310. Start me at £40. At £40, at £40, at £40, at £40. At £20 then. At £20. At £20. At 10 then. £10 I'm looking for. £10 I'm looking for. No interest at 10. No interest at £10. Pass the lot. Lot 311. Art books. Start me at £10. £10 I'm looking for. £10. £10 I'm looking for. £10 I'm looking for. No interest at 10. Pass that. Lot 312. We'll just do this one before we change. And 312. Start me at £70. At £70. 50 I'll take. At £50 I give it 5. At £50 I give it 5. With the sell room. At £50, at £50 I give it 5. At 55, 60 now with Easy Life. At £60, at £60 I give it 5. At £60 with Easy Life I give it 5. At 65 the sell room. At £70 Easy Life. At £70, at £70 I give it 5. At £70 I give it 5. I'm selling it away. At £70 to Easy Life. 635. Lot 313, the telescope, and we can start off straight in at £15 with Easy Live. At £15, 18 I'm looking for. At £15, 18 I'm looking for. At £15, at £15 I'm selling it away. 15 to 729. Lot 314, the mahogany case there, the pharmacist. Start me at 40. At £40, at £40. At £40, at £40, at 20 then. At £20, at £20. At £20, at 20 I have. Easy Live at 20, looking for 2. At £20, at £20. Selling and away at 2758. Lot 315. And I have to start, this is the fan. And I have to start with me at £50, looking for 5. At £50, looking for 5. At £50, looking for 5. At 55, 60 now with me. At £60 with me. On commission at 60, looking for 5. At 65, I'm out. At 65, at 65, 70 I'm looking for. At 65, at 65, at £65, I'm selling it away. 70 now, no I'm not. With the sell room. At 75, Easy Live. At 75, 80 is the next bid. At 80 now, Easy Live at 80, looking for 5. At £80, looking for 5. At 80, at 80, at £80, I'm selling. At 85, no I'm not. At 85, at 85. At 85, at 85, 90 now with Easy Live at 90. At £90, looking for 5. At £90, looking for 5. At £90, at £90, at £90, and selling. At 95 with the sell room. At 95, fill your boots, make it 100 Easy Live. Go on Easy Live, one more bid. At 95 with the sell room. At 95, at 95. At 100, there we go, Easy Live, at 100. 110 I'm looking for. At 100, at 100. At £100, and it's selling, no I'm not, at 110 with the sell room. At 110, do I see 120? At 110, 120 I'm looking for. At 110, at 110 with the sell room. I pause, no I don't. At 120 now with Easy Live. At 120, 130 I'm looking for. At 120, 130 I'm looking for. At 120. At 120, hammer's coming down, no it's not. At 130 with the sell room. At 130, do I see 140? At 130, 140 I'm looking for. At 130, are you going to let them get away, Easy Live? Are you coming back? At 130 with the sell room. At 100 with the sell room. Hammer is coming down at 130. At 130, a great battle there.
SR 301 239.
Thank you. We'll just pause while we swap. I'm pausing, otherwise I get a slapped wrist. Okay, you ready, Claire?
Yep.
All set, all ready to go. Okay, lot 316, the barometer, and start me at £30 or less. £30 I'm looking for. At £30 at £30. At £30 at £30. I won't go any lower. At £30, half the estimate. At £30 at £30. No interest at 30. Save that for another day. Lot 317. And start me at £30. At £30 at £30. 10 if you like then. £10 I'm looking for. £10 I'm looking for. No interest at 10 I have with Easy Live at 10, looking for 12. At 10, looking for 12. I'm selling it away at £10 to 611. Lot 318. And I have to start with me at 65, 110 with the sell room. At 150 now with the sell room. At 150, 190. We're at 170, 190 now with the sell room, 200. 220 with the sell room. At 220, 240 I'm looking for. 260 now. At 260 with the sell room. At 280, 300 now. At 300 with the sell room.
340.
340 with the sell room.
360.
At 360 with the sell room. At 360. At 360. At £360. 380. Can we make it 400? At 380. At £380 and selling it away at 380 to
SR 542 249.
Thank you. Lot 319. Sorted pens, and we start straight in at £32, looking for 5. At 32, looking for 5. At 35, at 35, at 38, Easy Live. At 40 now. At £40 with the sell room. At £40, at £40, looking for 2. At £40, looking for 2. With the sell room. At £40, at £40. I'm selling it away at 40.
SR 896 128.
Thank you. Lot 320. Pens again. Start me at £80. Good lot this. £80. 40 then, half the estimate, no less. £40 I'm looking for. £40 I'm looking for. £40 I'm looking for. At £40 at £40. No interest at 40. Lot 321. And we start straight in at £10. Do I see 12? Easy Live at 10, looking for 12. At 10, looking for 12. At £10, at £10, I'm selling it away. At 10 to 143. Lot 322, Waterman pens, there we go. Start me at £40, half the estimate, no less. At £40, 60 now. At £60 with the sell room. At £60, at £60, looking for 5. At £60, looking for 5. At £60, I'm selling it away. At 60.
SR 179 P564.
Thank you. Lot 323. And we start straight in at £20. At £20. At £20. At 20 with Easy Live. At £20 at £20. At £20 in for 2. At £20 in for 2. At £20 at £20, 22 with the sell room. At 22 with the sell room. At 22 at 22, looking for 5. at 22, looking for 5, at 22 pounds, at 22 pounds and selling it away, 22, sell room.
Okay, so that's 188, 1868.
Thank you. Lot 324, Parker Pens, 324,
Sorry, one moment.
188, 1868.
Thanks.
lot 324, Parker Pens, and we can start straight in at £10, at 10, Dorsey 12, at 10, Dorsey 12, at £10 with Easy Live, at 10, at 10, at £10, I'm selling it away, £10, 503. Lot 325, Tiffany & Co. 325, lot 325, lot 325, and I have to start at 32, looking for 5, at 32, looking for 5, at 32, looking for 5, at 32, with Easy Live, looking for 5, at £32, at £32, and selling it away, 32 to 651, lot 326, Fountain Pens, lot 326, and I start at 10, looking for 12, at 10, looking for 12, at 10, 15 now, at 15 with Easy Life, 18, 20 now, at £20, 22 with the sell room, at 22 with the sell room, at 22, looking for 5, at £22, at £22, and selling it away to the sell room, at 22.
SR 160, 5869.
Lot 327. Lot 327. And I have to start with me at 42, looking for 5, at 42, looking for 5. At 42, looking for 5. At 45 now. Easy Live at 45, I'm out. At 45, looking for 8. At 45, looking for 8. At 45, at £45, and selling it away. 45 to 758. Lot 328 are all the parasols. Start a good collection this. Start me at £50, half the estimate, no less. £50 I'm looking for. £50 I'm looking for. £50 I have, looking for 5. At £50 looking for 5. At £50. At £50. At £50. I'm selling it away. At £50, 55 to the sell room. At 55, 60 now. Easy Live at 60, looking for 5. At £60, looking for 5. At £60, looking for 5. At 60, at £60 with Easy Live, I'm selling it away. Was it on the hammer? No, at 60 to 751. Lot 329, the trench coat, the Burberry. Start me at 35. Start me at 35. 50 I'll take. At £50, looking for 5. With the sell room, at £50, looking for 5. We would have got there. At £50, looking for 5. At £50, selling it away. At 50.
SR 135, 7178.
7178, thank you. Lot 330, and we start straight in at £10. Policeman's jacket at 10, looking for 12. At 15 now. At £15, 18 I'm looking for. 20 now with Easy Live. At £20, looking for 2 at 22 now. At 22, at 25. At 25, at 28. At 28, 30 now. At £30, looking for 2 at 32. At 32, looking for 5 at 35. At 38, 40 now. At 38, 40. At £40, 42. At 42, at 45. At 45, looking for 8. At 45, looking for 8. At 45, at £45, I'm selling it away. At £45 to 686. The handbag, the vintage Osprey, lot 331. Start me at 80. At £80, at £80. At £80, at £80. At £60 then. At £60 at £60. At £60 at £60. At 40 then, half the estimate no less. At £40 at £40. At £40 at £40. No interest at 40. Pass that for another day. 332. Yes, Lawler & Co. Start me at 50. At £50 at £50. At £50. At £50. At 30 then. At £30 at £30. At £30 at £30. At 20 then. At £20 at £20. At £20. No interest at 20. Save that. Lot 333. And we start straight in at £10. Lot 333 at 10, 15 now. At £15, easy live, looking for 18. At 18 at 20 now. At £20, looking for 2. At 22 now. At 22 at 22, looking for 5. At 22, looking for 5. At £22, I'm selling it away. 22, 758. Lot 334. All the textiles. And a start at £10. At 10, looking for 12. At 10, looking for 12. At £10, at 15 now. At £15, at 20. At £20. At £20, looking for 2. At 22, easy live at 22, looking for 5. At 22, looking for 5. At 22, selling it away. 22, 758. Lot 335, Dewhurst, Silco, there we go. And we can start straight in at 55, 60 I'm looking for. Easy live at 55, 60 I'm looking for. At 55 at 55. At 65. At 65 easy live, 70 I'm looking for. At 75 easy live. At 75 at 75, 80 is the next bid. At 85 at 85. Easy live at 85, 90 I'm looking for. At 85, 95 now. At 95 at 95. At 95, 100 I'm looking for. At 95, at 95, at 100 now. At 100, 110 I'm looking for. At 100, at 100, at £100 I'm selling it away at 100 to 660. Lot 336, Chinese embroidery. Cracking lot this. Easy live, straight in at 420. At 420. 440 with the sale room. At 440. 460 now. Easy live at 460. 480 with the sale room. At 480. At 480. At 480. 500 I'm looking for. At £480. At 480 with the sale room, I'm selling it away at 480 to
SR 130977.
good estimate 337. And we start straight in for the sampler, and we start at £10. Do I see 12? At 15 now. At 15, 20. At £20 looking for 2. At 25. At 25 at 25 with easy live. At 25 at 25 looking for 8. At £25. At £25 and selling 25, 613. Lot 338. The silk embroidery. And this is sweetie, this is. Start me at £40. At £40. At £40, the little case, as I've got a lot of work in it. £40, 20 then. At £20, at £20, 10 if you like. £10 I'm looking for. No interest at 10. Surprising. Lot 339, and I start straight in at £50. At £50, at £50, looking for 5. At £50, looking for 5. At £50, at £50. At £50, I'm selling it away at 50, 690. Lot 340, and I start straight in at £60, looking for 5. At £60, looking for 5. Easy live at 60, looking for 5 at 70 now. With easy live at 70. At £70, at £70, looking for 5. at £70, looking for 5, at £70, at £70, roll out at 70, 80 now, it's still going, at £80, at £80, looking for 5, at £80, at £80, at £80, I'm selling it away, 80, 745. Lot 341. I can start at 50, 60 now, at 70, at 80, at £80 with Easy Live, at £80, at £80, at £80, at £80, at £80, at £80. I'm selling it away, 80 to 632. Lot 342, and we start straight in at 150 with Easy Live, at 170, at 170, at 170, 180 with the sale room, 190 with Easy Live, at 220 now, at 220, 240 I'm looking for, at 220, at 220, you're all out, at £220 I'm selling it away, 220 to 647. Lot 343, and I start straight in at 65, 70 I'm looking for, at £70, at 75 with Easy Life, 75, 80 now,
110.
at 110 with the sale room, at 110 with the sale room, at 120 Easy Life, at 120, at 120, at £120 I'm selling it away, at 120 to 711. Lot 344, and we start straight in at £10, looking for 12, at 10, looking for 12, at 10, looking for 12, at 10, 12, 15, 20 now, Easy Live at 20, looking for 2, at £20, looking for 2, at £20, at £20, 22 with the sale room, at 22, at 22, looking for 5, at 22, looking for 5, at £22, at £22, I'm selling it away, 22.
SR 63317.
3317. Lot 345, and we start straight in at £18, at 20 now, at £20 looking for 2, Easy Live at 20, at 22, Easy Live at 22 looking for 5, at 22 looking for 5, at 22, at 22, at £22 I'm selling it away, 22, 632. Lot 346, Smoker's Cabinet, and we start straight at, very unusual, and we start straight in at 55, Easy Live at 55, 60 I'm looking for, at £60, at £60 looking for 5, at 65 now, at 65, at 65 looking for 70, at 65, at 65, 70 I'm looking for, at £65 and selling it away, I'm not, it's with the sale room, it's with Easy Live now at 75, at 75, at £80 with the sale room, at 85 with Easy Live, at 85, 90 I'm looking for, at 90 now, 95 with Easy Live, at 95, at 95, 100 with the sale room, at 100, don't give up Easy Live, at 100, at 110, at 110 with Easy Live, at 110, at 110, at £110 I'm selling to Easy Live at 110, 689. Lot 347, Silver Jubilee, bottle of cognac, and I start at 180, 190, 200 I'm looking for.
260.
260 now, with the sale room, at 260, at 260, at 260, at £260, at 260, selling it away, at 260,
SR 117 9115.
sorry, 117,
9115.
9115. Lot 348, and we start straight in at £40 looking for 2, at £40 looking for 2, at £40 at £40, at £40 at £40, I'm selling it away, opening bid, 40,521. Lot 349, I have 2 commission bids, they're all taken out, and I have to start straight in at 140, at 140, 150 I'm looking for, at 150, 160 now, easy live at 160, at 170, at 170, at 170, 180, 190, at 190, at 190, 200 I'm looking for, at £190, at £190, roll out at 190, to easy live, 678, lot 350, the single train fusee movement, there we go, start me at £50, at £40 with the cell room, at £40, at £40, in for two, at 50, 65, 70 now with the cell room, 80 now with the cell room, at £80 with the cell room, at £80, at £80, at 85 easy life, new bidder, at 85, at 85, at £90 with the cell room, at £90, at £90, looking for 5, at £90, 95, easy live at 95, fill your boots, 100, there you go, with the cell room, 110, easy live, at 110, 120 now, at 120, 130 now, at easy live, at 130, at 130, 140 we're looking for, at 130, at 130 with easy live, at 130, 130, 708, lot 351, hunting interest, and we start straight in, at £48 with easy live, at 48, at 48, at 55, 60 now, 65, 70, at 75, at 80, at 85, at 85, easy live at 85, 90 I'm looking for, at 85, 90 now, at 95, 100, at 110, easy live, at 110, 120 we're looking for, at 110, 120, 130 now, at 130, at 130, at £130 I'm selling it away, no I'm not, at 140 with easy live, at 140, at 140, 150 I'm looking for, at £140, at £140 and selling it away, at 140 to 615, we're just having a changeover. Lot 352, the carriage clock, and we start straight in with easy live at 110, at 110, 120 I'm looking for, at 130 now with easy live, 140, at 150, at 160, at 170, at 180, at 190, at 190 with easy live, at 220, at 220, 240 we're looking for, at 220, at 220, at £220 I'm selling it away, 220 to 768, lot 353, and start me at £10, start me at 10, £10 for the clock, £10, £10 I'm looking for, £10, £10, £10, no interest at 10, send it to the time cell, excuse the pun, timed, lot 354, 3 clocks, and I have to start at 30, at £30, looking for 2 at 32, at 32 at 32, looking for 5, at 32 at 32, looking for 5 at 32, at 35 now, at 35 with easy live at 38, at 38 at 38, 40 I'm looking for, at 38 at 38, I'm selling it away, 38 to 111, lot 355, French Gilt Spell Tower, there we go, we start straight in, at 48, 50 I'm looking for, 50 with the cell room, 60 now with the cell room, 65 easy live, 75 with the 80 now easy live, at £80 at £80 looking for 5, at £80 at £80 looking for 5, at £80 at £80 I'm selling it away, 85 to the cell room, no I'm not, easy live at 90, at £90 at £90, at £90 at £90 looking for 5, at £90 I'm selling it away, at 90, 764, Lot 356, the Art Deco clock, lovely clock this. And we start at 130, 140, 150 I'm looking for.
70.
170 on the sell room. At 170. At 170. 180. At 180. 190. 190 now with the sell room. At 190.
220.
220 with the sell room. At 220.
240.
240 with the sell room. At 240. 260 we're looking for. At 240. At 200. 260. 260. 260. At 260. At 260. This is 356. Yeah. At 260. At £260 on the telephone. I'm selling it away. You're out at the sale room. At 260 on the telephone. No. At 260. 573. Thank you. They're still bidding on the net. The Mersal single train bulkhead clock. There we go. And we've got a telephone bid. No, that was it. Okay, I'll just move that up there. Lot, we start at £12. At 12, 15. At £15, 18 I'm looking for. At £15, 18 I'm looking for.
18.
18 now with the sale room. At £18, at 20 now with Easy Live. At £20, looking for 2.
2.
At 22 with the sale room. At 22 now with the sale room. At 22, at 22. At 22. I'm selling it away. At £22.
S R 576705.
Thank you. Lot 358. And we have Easy Live bid at 80. I've got 85, 90. At 90.
And 5.
At 95. 100 with me.
110.
120 with me.
30.
130 I'm out. At Easy Live is up at 130. It's the sell room. That 140 with Easy Live. 150, 160 with Easy Live.
170, 180.
180 with the sell room. 190. No, at 180 with the sell room. 190 with Easy Live. At 190 with Easy Live. At 190. At 190. At £190 with Easy Live at 190. At 190 to 615. Lot 359, and we start straight in at £10. At 10, do I see 12? £12 I have, 15 I'm looking for now at 15. With Easy Live at 15, 18 we're looking for. At 15, at 15, at 15, I'm selling it away. At 15 to 111. Lot 360, carriage clock. And we start straight in at £15 with Easy Live. At 15, 18 I'm looking for. With its travelling case. At 18.
18.
At 20 now with Easy Live. At 22, Easy Live. 25, Easy Live. At 25, at 25, looking for 8. At 25, looking for 8. At 25, at 25, I'm selling it away. 25 to 111. Lot 361. And I can start straight in. With Easy Live, commissions are out here. At £60, looking for 5. At 70 now. At £70, at £70 with Easy Live, 80 now. At £80 with Easy Live, at 90. Easy Live at 90, looking for 5. 100 with the sell room, ahead of Easy Live, 110, Easy Live. At 110, 120, 130 with Easy Live. At 130. At 130 with Easy Live, 150 with Easy Live. At 150. At 100, 160, 170 with Easy Live. At 170 with Easy Live. At 170, at £170, you're all out at 170 to 708. Lot 362. The lamp, and we start straight in at £30, looking for 2. Easy Live at 30, looking for 2. At £30 at £30. At £30 at £30, I'm selling, no I'm not, at 32, looking for 5. At Easy Live 32, looking for 5. At 32 at 32, I'm selling it away. At 35 with the sale room. At 35 at 35, looking for 8. At 35 at 35, looking for 8. At £35 at £35 and selling it away. 35.
SR 1324620.
Thank you. Lot 363. The Moorcroft. And we start straight in with Easy Live at 60, looking for 5. At £60, looking for 5. At £60, looking for 5. At £60 at £60. At £60, at £60, I'm selling it away. At 60, 577. Lot 364. And we start straight in. And we start straight in. At 25, looking for 8. Easy Live at 25, looking for 8. At 25 at 30 now. At £30 at £30, Easy Live. 32 with the sale room. At 32 at 32 with the sale room. 35, Easy Live. 40 now. At £40, Easy Live at 40. At 42, the sale room. 45, Easy Live. At 45 at 45, 48, 50 now. Easy Live at 50. 55 sell room. At 55 at 55, 60 I'm looking for. At 55 at 55, I'm selling it away. At £55, you've had your chance at 55. Sell room.
SR 55278.
78.
That's it.
78, thank you. Lot 365. The Heron Lamb. There we go. Start me at £70. At £70. At £70. At £70. 50. At £50. At £50 in the room, looking for 5. At 55, Easy Live. Against you. 60. At £60 in the room. In the room at 65 now, Easy Live 70. At £70 in the room. At £70 in the room, 75, 80. At 75, Easy Live, 80. No. 85 with Easy Live. At 85 at 85. 90 I'm looking for. At 85. At 85. At £85 with Easy Live, I'm selling it away. 85 to 626. Lot 366. This Super Lamb. Start me at 100. Start me at 100. Well worth it. £100. £100. 80 then. £80. £80. 60 then, no less. £60 no less. £60 I'm looking for. 60 I have, looking for 5. At £60 looking for 5. At £60 looking for 5. Easy Live at 60 looking for 5. At 60. At 60. At £60 I'm selling it away. That's a bargain. 509. Lot 367. And I start with me at 80. 5, 90 I'm looking for, 90 now. At 95 with the sell room. At 95, 100 now with Easy Live, 110. 120, 130 sell room. At 130, 140 now. 150 now, sell room. 160, Easy Live. 170, sell room. 180, Easy Live. 190. At 190, 200, Easy Live. 220, 240, 260. With the sell room. At 260. At 260, 280. 300, sell room. At 300. At 300. At 300. At £300. I'm selling it away. At 340. 340. No, I'm not. At 340. Do I see 360? At 340. At 340. I'm selling it away. At £340.
SR 645184.
Thank you. Lot 368. And we start straight in at £40 looking for 2. At £40 looking for 2. Easy live at 40 looking for 2. At £40 at 45 now. At 45 at 45 looking for 8. At 45, 50 now. At £60 at £60 at 70. At £70 at £70 looking for 5. At £70 looking for 5. 75, 80 now. At £80 at £80 easy line looking for 5. At £80 at £80 at £80 I'm selling it away. 80, 599. Lot 3, 6, 9. One of my favourite lots in the sale. And I have to start with me straight in at £60. At £60 on commission. At 65, 70 with me, 75, 80 with me on commission, 85, 90 with me on commission. At 95, 100 with me. At 120, I have 120. The bid's with me at 120. At 130, I'm out. Easy live at 130. At 140 now. At 140, looking for 150. 150 now. Easy live at 150, 160. At 160 with easy live. At 160, 170 with easy live. At 170, 180 now. At 180. At 180, 190. At 190 with easy live. At 200 now. Don't give up. At 200, 220. Don't give up. Now 240. At 240, 260 I'm looking for. At 240. At 240. At 260. At 260, 280 I'm looking for. At 280. At 280. At 280 with easy live. At 300. At 300 with easy live. At 300. At 320. At 320. 340. At 340. At 360. At 360. At 380 now. With easy live. At 380. A rare pair. At 380. At £380. At 380. Hammer is coming down at 380. 380 to 767. A good battle. Good estimate. Lot 370. And I start straight in at 22. At £22. Looking for 5. At 28 now, with easy live at 28. 30 I'm looking for. 32 at 32, looking for 5. At 35, 38. At 38, 42 now. At 42, looking for 5. At 48, at 48, 50 I'm looking for. At 55, at 55. Easy live at 55, 60 I'm looking for. At 55, at 55. At £55. At 60 now, with the sale room. At £60, at £60, looking for 5. At £60. At £60, at £60 and selling 60.
SR 122840.
Thank you. Lot 371, the dowry chest. Lovely, lovely thing this. Start me at 100. Fully fitted interior. Start me at 100. Start me at 100. At 80 then. At £80, at £80. £80, £80. 60 then, no less. Won't go any lower. £60, well worth it.
60.
60 I have now with the sale room. At 65, easy live. At 65, keep bidding. At 65, easy live. 70 now. Easy live at 75. At 75, 80 I'm looking for. At 75, easy live at 75. At 75, at 75. 80 now with the sale room. 85. No, at 80, with the sale room, head of easy live, at £80, 85 easy live, back on track, at 85, at 85, 90 now, easy live, don't give up, at £90, at £90, at £90, at £90, with easy live, at £90, I'm selling and away, at 90, 762, Lot 372, and we start straight in. At £50, looking for 5. Easy live at 50, looking for 5. At £50, at £50. At £50, at £50. I'm selling it away. at 50, 536. Lot 373. Start me at 100. Start me at 100. £100 I'm looking for. At £80, at £80 then. At £80, at £80. 60 then. £60 I'm looking for. £60 I'm looking for. £60, 50 then, no less. £50 I'm looking for. No interest at 50. Save that for another day. Lot 374. The corner cabinet. Start me at 100. Start me at 100. Start me at 100. At 50 then, half the estimate, no less. £50 I'm looking for. 50 I have with the sale room. At £50 I give for 5. At £50 I give for 5. At £50 at £50. At £50 I'm selling it away. At 50.
SR 641143.
Thank you. Lot 375, the G plan. Start me at 40. At £40. At £40. At £40. At £40. 10 then. Can't believe I'm asking 10. £10 I'm looking for. No interest at 10. 10 I have with Easy Live. At 10 looking for 12. 12 I have. 15 now. 18. They've woken up. 20 now. At 22. 25. At 25. At 25 looking for 8. At 25. 28 now. At 28. At 28. 30. At £30 looking for 2. At £30 looking for 2. At £30 at £30 at 32. At 35 at 35 looking for 8. At 35 looking for 8. At £35. At £35. I'm selling it away. 35 to 582. Lot 376. And we start straight in at 280. At 280. At 280 with Easy Life. 300 with the sale room. At 300. At 300. 320 I'm looking for. It's with the sale room. It was ahead of Easy Life. At 300. At 300. At £300 I'm selling and away. And 300.
SR 195 3156.
Thank you. Lot 377. And I have to start straight in at £100.
10.
110 with the sale room. 120, Easy Live.
30.
130, 140,
150.
150, 160,
70.
170, 180,
190.
190, 200, Easy Live.
220.
220, sale room. 240,
260.
260, 280,
300.
300, 320,
340.
340, 360,
380.
380, 400.
Plus 400 with me.
It's 400 with the sale room, 420 with Easy Live. At 420, at 420, at 420, at £420. Last time of asking at 420. Easy Live, 420 to 685. We'll just pause a minute.
Changing teams.
Changing teams. We have the A team and the B team. Lot 378, and we can start straight in at 120 with Easy Life. 130, 140, 160, 180, 190, Easy Life. 200, sale room. 220, Easy Life. At 220, at 220, at 220. At £220, selling and away to Easy Live. At 220 to 685. Lot 379, and I start straight in at £10. At £10.
20.
20 now. 22.
Hold on. I'm not off this one. I'm going to skip to this one.
28. 32, 35. 38, 40.
sorted them.
Okay. We're on £45 with Easy Live. This is lot 379. At 45, 48 now. At £50, I give a 5. At £50, I give a 5. At £50 at £50. At £50, at £50, at £50 and away. At 50, 771. Lot 380. We start straight in at 38. At Easy Live at 38, 42. At 42 at 48. At £50, I give a 5 at 55. Easy Live at 55, 60 now at 65, 70. At £70 at £70, 75. At £80, 85. At 85, at 90, at 95, 100. At 100 with Easy Live. At 100, 110. 120. At 120, 130 is the next bid. At 130, 140. At 140, looking for 150. A good battle going on here. At 140, at £140, I'm selling it away. 140 to 771. Lot 381. Start me at £10. Arts and craft fenders, £10, copper. All I ask is 10. £10, £10, £10. No interest at 10. 10 I have to the sale room. No, Easy Live. At 10, at £10, at £10, I'm selling it away. At 10, 611. Lot 382. And we start straight in at £80. Super walnut inlaid marquetry writing slope, lovely condition with the terrain there, Tunbridge ware. And I start at £80 with Easy Live. At £80, I give a 5. Missing a trick you are. At £80, at £80, I give a 5. Lovely condition. At £80, at £80, I give a 5. At £80, at £80. I thought this would do a lot more. At £80, I'm selling it away. At £80, 524. A good lot, good buy. 383. And we start straight in at 160. 170 I'm looking for. At 160. At 160. At 160. 170 I'm looking for. At £160. At £160 and selling it away. At 160. 160 to 624. Lot 384. Start me at £80.
60, sir.
60 I'll take at £60 with the sale room. At £60, I give a 5. At 65, Easy Live. At 65, at 65, 70 now, sale room. At £70. At £70, I give a 5. At £70, I give a 5. At £70, at £70, I'm selling it away. At £70, sale room.
SR 1228460.
Thank you. Lot 385. These Chinese chairs. Start me at 300. Start me at 300. Well worth it. At 300. At 300. At 300. 200 then. 200. No less. 200. They're worth it. At 200. 200 I'm looking for. I'd rather save them for another day. At 200. At 200. At 200. They're staying with me. At 200. At 200. 386. The chaise longue start me at £30. Start me at 30. At £30 at £30. At £30 I'm looking for. At £30 at £30. No interest at 30. Lot 387, the chess table, and we start at £10. At 15, at 20 now, at 22, at £22, at £22, at 20, 22, 25 with the sale and 28, 30 now, Easy Live. At £30, looking for 2, Easy Live at 30, looking for 2. At £30 at £30. At £30 at £30, I'm selling it away at £30. 30 to 687. Lot 388, and we start straight in at £100. 110 I'm looking for. at 100, 110 I'm looking for, with Easy Live at 100, at 100, at 100, 120 now, at 120, at 120, at 120, at 120 pounds, 140 now, with Easy Live at 140, 150 I'm looking for, at 140, at 140 I'm selling it away, at 140 to 639, lot 389, the chairs, and I start at 180, 190, 200 I'm looking for, well worth it, at 190, 200 I'm looking for, 200 I'm looking for, at 190, 200 I'm looking for, at 100, 200 now, at 200, at 200, missing a trick, at 200, 220 I'm looking for, at 200, at 200, at 200 pounds, I will sell at 200, a real bargain at 200, 761, thank you very much, lot 390, the vintage display cabinet, start me at £10, the retro one, start me at 10, 10 I have with the sale room, 12 Easy Live, 15, 18, Easy Live at 18, at £18, at 20 now, the sale room, at 22 Easy Live, at 22, at 22, looking for 5, at £22, at £22, I'm selling it away, 22, 687, lot 391, and we start at 55, 60 I'm looking for, Easy Live at 55, 60 I'm looking for, at 55 at 55, at 55 at 55, 65 now, Easy Live at 65, 75, at 85 at 85, at 85, Easy Live at 85, at 95, at 100, at 100 with Easy Live, at 100, at 100, at £100, at 110 now, at 110, at 110, 120 I'm looking for, at £110 I'm selling it away, at 110 to 738. The sideboard now, and we start straight in at £160. At 160 with Easy Live at 160, 170 I'm looking for, at 160, at 170, 180 now with Easy Live, at 180, 190 we're looking for, at 180, at 180, at £180 to 640, lot 393, the office chair. And I have to start a lot of interest in this and amongst the staff, and I have to start straight in at £150 with Easy Live, 160 with the sale room, 170 Easy Live, 180 with Easy Live at 180, at 190 now, 200, at 200, at 220, at 220, at 220 with Easy Live, at £220, at 240 now, at 240 with Easy Live, at £240, at £240, hammers coming down at 240, 240 to 289, nice, 689, sorry, thank you. Lot 394, the contemporary wardrobe, start me at £50,
40.
40 I have, at £40 looking for 2, at 42 Easy Live, at 42, at 42 looking for 5, at 42 looking for 5, at 42, at 42 with Easy Live, at £42, 45 on the hammer, it was called, it's open, it's with the sale room, I'm keeping it open, 48 with Easy Live, at 48, at 48, this is last chance sale room, at £48, so I'm selling 48 to 680. Lot 395, the dresser, start me at 80, at £80, at £80. Let's go half the estimate, at 40 then no less. at £40 at £40. At £40 at £40. No interest at 40. 40 to the sale room on the hammer. At £40, I'll leave it open. At £40 at £40, I think they'll get it. At 40, I'm selling it away. £40, Will.
SR 1228460.
Thank you. 1228460. Lot 396. The Art Nouveau plant pot. There we go. I start at £10. Easy Live, looking for 12. At 10, looking for 12. At 10, looking for 12. At £10. At £10. At £10. I'm selling it away. At 10, 550. Lot 397. The parlour sofa. I start at 10. Wow. 10, looking for 12. At 10, looking for 12. God, I remember when these made hundreds. At £10, I'm selling. At £10, do I see 12? At £10, at £10, I will sell at £10, a real still. At £10, 740. Lot 398, the desk, and we start at £10.
12.
12 to the sale room. 15, Easy Live.
18. 20.
18, 20. 20 to the sale room. 22, Easy Live. At 22, 5, 25, 28.
30.
30, 32, Easy Live.
5.
35, 38, Easy Live.
40.
40, 42, Easy Live.
5.
5, 48, Easy Live. At 40,
50.
50. With the sale room. At £50, looking for 5. At £50, looking for 5. With the sale room. At £50, I'm selling it away. At 50.
SR 1228460.
Lot 399. 399. And start me at £10. Nest of 3 tables. £10 I'm asking. 10 I have, looking for 12. At 10, looking for 12. At £10, 12 now, 15 with Easy Live at 15, 18 we're looking for. At 15, at 15, at £15, at £15 at 18, at 20 now. At £20 looking for 2. At £20 looking for 2. At £20 at £20. At £20 I'm selling it away. 20738. Lot 400. This lovely easel mirror. And starting at £70. At £70. At £70. £70. 40 then. £40 I'm looking for. £40, £40. No less. £40 I'm looking for. £40 I'm looking for. £40 I'm looking for. No interest at 40. I won't give it away. It's a lovely thing. We come to the last lot, which is the garden set, lot 401, and we can start with Easy Live at 32. At 32, at 32, looking for 5. At 32, looking for 5. All that for £32. At 32, at 32, looking for 5. At £32. At 32, I'm selling it away. At 32 to 578. Thank you very much, and we'll look forward to seeing you at the next auction in November, later on. And then we have the Christmas one on the 10th and the 11th of December, joint with jewellery and interiors. It's a 2-day sale, and we look forward to seeing you all there. Many thanks. Have a good day.
Well, Gordy.
Cheers, guys.
Cheers.
Thank you.
Yeah.
It was absolutely